What up? Alright, so I was trying something different today, but that didn't work. I forgot on the last second that there was one extra step that I needed to do, and that slipped my mind, and it failed so badly that let's just say I felt it in more ways than one. So let's switch over. Yeah, I know. How's it going, folks? Let me know if the audio is good. So essentially, I've been paying for a software called StreamYard, and it kind of like sets up the whole imagery, so you can have your camera on the left or the right or wherever you want, and you can have like the window in the middle. And the idea was today that I wanted to bring callers in through that StreamYard, because there's a couple of conversations that we're going to talk about, and I wanted to bring people in and talk about it. We can still do that, of course, bring people in and have that discussion, but it's going to be through Discord, whereas that one didn't require Discord, so it would have been a little bit easier, because I know how some of you are not very Discord friendly. So, yeah, I'm going to do Discord call-ins. Microsoft is being very coy, anime. They are saying a whole bunch of stuff without actually saying anything about DEI. So this morning, I woke up 8:30 in the morning. I've had 3.5 hours sleep. I can barely see the screen because I'm so tired. I jump on, and all hell breaks loose on Final Fantasy XIV release, right? I get in, it's telling me my address isn't correct, it's telling me this, it's telling me that. And then suddenly it puts me through and it says, hey, would you like to pay for it now? Yes, please. And at 9:10, I finally got my order through. And then after I put my order through, the whole website went down. It was 404 everywhere. This website got absolutely smashed. Like, it got ruined. It's funny, because Taz wanted to actually buy one as well. Well, he was going to buy one with me, so in case I couldn't get it, he was going to get one for me. And I'd have given him the money. And so we're both trying. He's getting the same error as I am. But man, it was a hell of a rush this morning. If you're talking about the exaggerated proportions, that's been taken out of context. If that's what you're referring to, that's been grossly taken out of context. Me, Power Boss, and someone called Bossy was actually discussing that today. And yeah, that's been grossly taken out of context because, you know, anything that people can use against Microsoft is thing. Explain. Okay. So, in terms of what they put in that bullet list, and that's only some of them, what they were saying was, if a model looks like the Stellar Blade model, use her proportions in the game. What they're saying is, you don't need to give them quadruple the size boobs or an ass that's as big as planet Earth. She looks great as it is, and you can represent her looking that great in the video game. That is what they were saying. But there's also a bullet point in there saying, hey, if you want to show men who are vulnerable, emotional, rage-induced, you can make sure to portray that as well where it's appropriate. And then you can do the same for women, where it's appropriate. Everything is where it's appropriate. Nothing is mandatory. And they make that statement multiple times. You don't have to follow these guidelines. They are just there to help guide you. That's it. But the internet has taken that and said, no, Microsoft is saying you have to do this, you have to do this, you have to do this. And the reason why I know this is because I've worked with Microsoft in my current establishment multiple times. Also, we've done work with them for ages. We have to, on a yearly basis, undertake DEI training as part of our contract with Microsoft. Now, obviously, I'm not going to say where I work because I don't want anyone going there and harassing them. But what I'm saying is this is nothing new. This is absolutely nothing new, and it's been there for as long as I remember. They may have revamped it, but there is DEI training everywhere. Microsoft has been at the forefront of this for multiple years, but they were not saying that you can't do it. They're just saying, be respectful. They can if they want, and they said this is not mandatory. There you go. Susano hit it a hole in one. Susano, they are only guidelines. You don't have to adhere to them. You can take those guidelines, scrunch them up as a piece of paper, and throw them away, and you can do whatever the hell you want. Nothing is mandatory. But the internet will have you believe that Microsoft is forcing people to do this. Why? Because it gets them clicks. Why? Because it makes them, get views and all of this. Honestly, it's not as bad as you think it is. Hey, Bonaya, Jakob. Exactly. That's all it is, anime. I don't know, Jakob. I don't think what he was saying was wholly true, but I think there were some good points in there, and I do want to cover that a little bit today. But I just wanted to go through what the Dawntrail thing entails just a little bit, in case any of you are interested. So the pre-order bonus comes with Wind-Up Zidane minion. For those of you interested in this glorious little minion. But you also get this XP earring. Azama's earring. Now, this is actually pretty cool because up until level 90, it gives you 30% extra XP. It's really cool, and it's a pre-order bonus. If you have any intention of playing Final Fantasy XIV, the only way you can get this earring is if you pre-order the game. That's it. Once it's done, and you can't get it. So it's worth grabbing if you are interested at all in playing the game. There is a lot of Final Fantasy IX reference in this expansion. Now, this is Zidane from Final Fantasy IX. To be fair, anime, a lot of things will be sus because of the way everything is right now with the whole DEI drama going on. But honestly, until someone turns around and says, Microsoft said that they have to make it mandatory in order to do it, it's just a guideline. And you do not have to follow guidelines. You can skirt around them. You can completely go around them. It's just a guideline. It's not a rule. Yeah, but is he only in the pre-order? He is only in the pre-order, yes. Oh, of course, anime. If companies decide to go with the guideline, that's on the company, right? All Microsoft is saying is, hey, look, here's the guideline. Do what you like. If you want to go and create, women with the size of breasts of planet Mars, go for it. It might be a bit awkward moving around a little bit, but it's still your prerogative to do that. But, you know, people come onto my show, I tell them, please don't do this, don't say this, don't do that. These are guidelines that I'd like you to follow. You don't have to follow them. I'd appreciate it if you did, though. Like, you know, no noise in the background, clear audio mic, you know, nothing out of Walmart, that sort of thing. You get the early access to Dawntrail, which is great. I'll be streaming that from the 29th, I believe, with a friend of mine. So we will be doing it together. Might start off as Pictomancer, considering I'm a summoner. That could be interesting. That's the collector's edition. So the standard edition, you just get the game. The collector's edition, and as you can see, the standard edition is just $40, and in the UK it's £35. But the collector's edition is actually not too shabby. You get the figurine, you get the map, you get the art book, you get whatever this is, and you get like a art case or something. You also get this cosmetic item, this minion, and this mount. Pretty sweet. I don't know if there's any left, but if there is, it's worth having a look. So has anyone seen Gaz's tweet? Dude, Xbox has been missing out on waifu games for a long time. You think that's only happening now? They missed out on Genshin, they missed out on Honkai, they missed out on Tower of Fantasy, they missed out on Azure, although it's not the Azure that you're thinking of, because if we're talking about Azure Lane, my dude, that's not even, you know, a man of culture anymore. That's just pure soft porn. But we're talking about the one that's like a Power World wannabe. But even that now, I'm finding out, has a lot of assets stolen from other games. Like the main character is basically a character stolen from Tower of Fantasy. They stole the artwork. And the little helper that you've got is basically an almost one-to-one copy of Mia from Tower of Fantasy. Pretty disgraceful, really, that they would even go down that route. I expected more from the people that made Arc Legends, but so the team that's behind Azure Promeline or something like that, the Power World style anime Pokemon game, they've actually gone around and basically copied the NPC assets from other games. But like Microsoft has repeatedly lost out on waifu games, and it's a little disappointing because I think it's a massive moneymaker. It's a massive moneymaker, and they just turn around and like completely threw it away, and I'm like, why? Like, what can possibly possess you to do that? I mean, they already turned around and threw away Genshin Impact, right? That was like their biggest mistake. Like, how the hell do you do that and still stand there and turn around and tell me that this is all hunky-dory? Let me get you a image and I'll show you. Is it here? All right. So this character here is literally a one-to-one. This is the one in Tower of Fantasy that already exists, right? They're not human. Well, this one isn't human anyway. This one's a robot. But this is the one here. That's the outfit in Tower of Fantasy. This is the outfit here. Like, how close are these? This character here, this one, is pretty much Lyn from Tower of Fantasy. There's some differences, but it's essentially Lyn from Tower of Fantasy. I think it's pretty awful. Addresses Spencer completely. So, you know, T800 was right. It could just be an asset flip of what they're doing. There's nothing wrong with Dawntrail Bonaya. I was just saying, I just wanted to show, you know, what came with a collector's edition. It's on sale at the moment. I'm not sure if there's any more, but I heard that there's still a couple lingering. So if anyone was actually interested, they may want to go and pick it up. Or at least at some point pre-order so you can get some of the pre-order versions of the goodies. So this is like a new mount you get for the collector's edition. And so for those of you that have played Final Fantasy IX, you will recognize it immediately. Hey, acute perspective. Who owns the character? Well, that design is owned by Hota. Hota Studios. So Gaz made this video, and I wanted to play it because it's pretty daunting. But, you know, I wanted to play it before we get to the Phil Spencer stuff. I think it's pretty important. And before we get to the Phil Spencer stuff, there's some context there as well. I mean, it's fantastic editing, by the way. But anyway, let's have a listen to it, right? Let's have a listen to it. Let's stop this. Make sure the browser audio is correct. Yeah, he is really, really good. Like, I gotta give the dude, you know, credit for where it's due, man. He is really good.
So if this is about competition, let us have competition.
When falsehood weighs itself against the truth, falsehood perishes.
And yes, it's exclusive.
Because falsehood, by its very nature, is bound to perish.
We are not a third-party publisher. We are not a third-party publisher.
Initiate deconstruction protocol. Target propaganda.
So we made the decision that we're going to take 4 games to the other consoles. Just 4 games. Not a change to our kind of fundamental exclusive strategy.
But for an Xbox customer, the thing I want you to know is this is about delivering great exclusive games for you that ship on platforms where Game Pass exists.
We're making these decisions for some specific reasons. We make every decision really with the long-term health of Xbox in mind. And long-term health of Xbox means
Money.
And that's our goal. That's why we're doing this. That's the root of this partnership.
we think this is an interesting point in time for us to use what some of the other platforms have right now to help grow our franchises. So we're going to do that.
It's going to be the best it's ever been for Xbox after we're done here.
And with now Activision, I think we have a chance of being a good publisher, quite frankly, on Sony and Nintendo and PCs and Xbox.
So these 4 titles, what are they? Can you say?
I'm not going to name those games.
I do not want to see one piece of effing content make its way to PlayStation. Not one IP, not one game.
This is not going to happen. That's what the facts tell us.
But if you listen closely, you will see.
And for us, it's about expanding our platform reach. And we think important games like Starfield will be catalysts for Game Pass growth on a lot of different platforms.
You're worried about Xbox going third party around a bunch of ponies. Kill the ponies, the ponies.
It does feel like a bit of a betrayal. It really does. But just hold the line, man.
Wherever there is computing, users will be able to play their favorite games seamlessly.
So what will you choose to be? The one who chooses the path of the protoplasmic hive mind? Or will you join the resistance and finally open your eye?
So, yeah, what's your thoughts on this? What's your thoughts? Because there's a lot to unpack there, right? There is a lot to unpack there. Wait, Benaya, wasn't that Batman? I think you're mixing the two up. It's not who I am, but what I do that defines me. It's true, last year Xbox said executive exclusives matter, and this year it's every screen as an Xbox and exclusives don't matter anymore. I'm not sure if that's what they said, but I do believe it is Phil Spencer, it's Batman. I think exclusives still matter. If you're looking at it from a business perspective, if you're asking, say, Epic Games or Activision with Call of Duty, Epic with Fortnite, Mojang with Minecraft, Roblox with Roblox, they will tell you that not going exclusive has made them a metric ton of money. And the one thing these companies like is more money. So it really depends on your definition. Hey, Dubs. But if you're trying to sell a platform, then yes, exclusives do matter. It's kind of important to remember that not everything gets reported to the CEO. Well, yeah. But also, Phil will get sidestepped every chance Satya will get. Phil Spencer is appeasing his higher-ups and experimenting with this. Get every company sharing across platforms and company. No, that's not what he's doing. Look, he's not doing that. You know, right now the 4 games, anything after the 4 games, I will say, is him just doing it for the money. The first 4 games is to shut the FTC up. That's it. Now, I know people are going to say I'm delusional. I know people are going to say I'm a bootlicker. I know people are going to say that I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I'm just towing the company line. It's got nothing to do with that. Honestly, the first 4 games, well, I don't even know what happened with Dusk Falls. That's the game. So if anyone actually knows what the legalities behind that is, I'd be very interested. I've tried to find it, but I can't find anything around that. But there must be something. There must have been a clause in that contract that allowed them to pursue that on other platforms. Or it be a timed exclusive. I don't know what it was, though. But the first 4 games was to appease the FTC. Phil, I mean, you all watched the FTC case, right? You all followed it. I covered it extensively. So you all remember that Phil Spencer promised to put games from Bethesda on a case-by-case basis to other platforms. You all remember this. Unless you've got selective amnesia. That's quite possible. But this wasn't ever hidden by Microsoft. And on top of that, they made it clear by showing graphs, pictograms, everything of what type of games we could expect to go to other platforms. On the right-hand side, you had the massively multiplayer online games, like the CODs and the Mojangs, Minecrafts, Robloxes, the Sea of Thieves. And on the left, you had Psychonauts, which, in my opinion, is on par with Hi-Fi Rush. But the FTC wanted the whole slate, and the court said no. The FTC wanted Starfield, and Phil Spencer said no. But they will look at games on a case-by-case basis, and they gave their word under oath. So they kind of had to. That's just something that you're not going to get around. Off topic, but now is the day we finally have official mouse and keyboard support on Cloud. Oh shit, really, Happy Cloud Gamer? That is awesome. I did not know that. Benaya, yeah, I get exactly what you're saying. First-party exclusivity matters more so than third-party exclusivity. In Microsoft's case, it's actually the opposite, Stephen. It's the complete opposite, and I'll explain why in a bit. I'm so tired of Hellblade. I've seen so much Hellblade. I've seen that game more than my own fam. Hey, Hellblade is going to be awesome. If what to me is noise right now is true, I'm sure I'm for it. Epic Store ought to be on Xbox. So, yeah, we're going to get to that article in a sec. For those that have seen the new Phil interview, he was teasing something that will give Xbox more exclusives. Yep, I've seen that. We're going to get to those articles in a sec. The FTC are the reason those 4 games went to PlayStation? Yes, Stephen, they are. Xbox still wanting to buy more publishers? They are, and by putting those there, it gives them leverage. Edward, timed exclusivity for most titles is the future. It maybe is, but that needs to be done by everyone and not just one party. If only one person is doing it, it doesn't really work. When Phil Spencer openly asked, put Helldivers 2 on Xbox. Yeah, that was stupid. Well, he didn't ask. He just said, who does it benefit by limiting it to 2 platforms? It doesn't benefit the gamers. Steam has the most exclusives. If Steam can make it to Xbox, which might happen at this rate, it does look like it. Is Xbox looking at what options they have to stay relevant? Shattered Space could, well, from what I've heard, it's being pushed back. Gaz is being Gaz, of course, but it's just stirring the pot. But I love this editing. Still don't think the parent is taking the child seriously. Well, Microsoft just wants to make money. Phil wants Xbox to succeed because that's his legacy. And you know how these suits are all about their legacy, right? They want to make sure what they leave behind is, once they leave and retire, it's something they can be proud of. And I don't know if that's something that Phil is happy with right now. But he went on to say this. So there's this article here about the Handheld interview on what the hell is happening in the games industry. The math on making a game has definitely changed. Now, Gas says, excuses. Until Nintendo and Sony start porting across their games, like Xbox is doing, these are all excuses to try and reconcile their failures. Your Gen Z research flies in the face of the success your competitors enjoy. Now, this is what I was saying. You need to... Others, your competitors need to do the same. And if they're not, there's a problem, right? So I don't know if if all of you have gone through this article. I've not yet gone through it myself, so I wanted to go through it. This came up earlier today, and I was working, so I didn't get a chance to read it. So this will be like a first time read for me as well. Hey Rabbi, how's it going? Green Goblin, how's it going, my dude? No, the handhelds are real. I know they're real, and I know people that have seen the dev kits. Like, officially seen the dev kits. Like, a little while ago. So, I've known about it for a while. That, it's officially existing. I just wasn't in a position to say. I'm on low battery on my phone, so I need to log off. Waiting on train. No! Happy Cloud Gamer! We will miss you. We will mourn you. And we will remember you. Unless you come back. And then we will be happy to see you. Yes, for Nintendo. Not for Sony when they are forcing their studios to change direction to focus on live service because their games are not selling enough. I mean, the cost of games is really high right now. So, not selling enough is one thing, but what has Ben Studios done? They haven't done anything since Days Gone, right? How are you feeling today? Nice morning. Yeah, I'm doing great, Rabbi. Got my pre-order in for Dawntrail. I am really excited. I am plugging away at the main campaign to try and get caught up for my 10-15 hour streams that will start on the 29th of June. June, yes. I'll be doing... So, basically, just to give everyone a quick round... FYI, every year since I think it's Stormblood After Heaven's Ward. So Stormblood, Shadowbringers, Endwalker, me and my friend on patch day, we go live in the morning or as soon as he's available because he works as well. And he can't really take a holiday because of his profession. So as soon as he's available, we go live. We stream pretty much from morning all the way until like 10 o'clock in the evening at night. Take a break, go sleep, wake up, start again at 9, 10 a.m. in the morning, and rinse and repeat for like 2-3 days on a one hell of a marathon to play through the campaign. It's a lot of fun. We do it this way deliberately for two reasons. One, we don't want to be spoilt by anything in the story. And 2, once we've done the story, we can focus on everything else around it, like the primals and everything else. So, it's something that we are doing again this year. So if you are interested in checking us out, I will be streaming that here on this channel. So it should be a lot of fun. And you may see us getting a bit delirious halfway through, especially as the time gets on. But it's all good fun. What's ending? But I'm doing great, Rabbi. Alright. So I'm going to actually record this so I can upload this later as well. So do this like a reaction-y, article-y thingy bob. You know what? I look weird like that. Let me fix that. That's weird. Where is it? Alright, there we go. Let's put a background on because it looks weird. It looks weird. And the one that I'm going to choose, considering we were just talking about it, I'll go with that one. This works nicely. All right. Rabbi, did you not see my video that I released today at 12 o'clock? If you didn't see it, go watch it. I've been calling out them to fix out stuff in EU and UK for a long time. In fact, I get hounded by people because people think I am being unfair, but I'm not. JB, if you go and make a third-party contract with someone else, so Sony goes and makes a third-party contract to keep Silent Hill exclusive, there is no problem with that. They can do what they want. Microsoft can go and say, hey, I want to make Silent Hill exclusive to Xbox, and I'm going to give you more money than what Sony's giving. Konami will then turn around and go, I like money. The contract is yours. Microsoft is choosing not to do this. Now, when it comes to first-party exclusives, Microsoft already has none. Like, I know this might be a bitter pill to swallow, but they have none. Right? They don't have any because it's on Steam. So the moment it's on Steam, everyone can play it that doesn't have an Xbox. I know that sounds weird, but it can go on. Anyone that doesn't have an Xbox has a way to play those first-party games. But what Microsoft needs to do is start money-hatting those third-party games, right? And make them exclusive to Xbox only to give people a reason to buy the Xbox. That's what they need to do. And then when they've got those big games like Monster Hunter, Final Fantasy, Silent Hill, you know, games that even if they don't sell 50 million copies, they will ring alarm bells. That people will take notice of these big names. Then you sell consoles through those. That is the only way Microsoft is going to push forward. Because the allure of Game Pass isn't enough. I mean, people in the UK don't even know what Game Pass is. That's a different matter entirely. Because there's no advertising. But if you want people in, you know, Microsoft needs a USB to sell their consoles. And that USB is third-party exclusives. That's it. That is literally their only play. There is no other play here. They need to go and money hat as many third-party exclusives they can, and that will only appear on Xbox, not in Game Pass, So it won't be on Game Pass PC or on Game Pass console. You have to buy the games. And then that is the only way that they are going to sell consoles. That is their only play. That's it. There is no other way they can do it. Because at the end of the day, their first-party games are available on Steam, so that already removes the exclusivity. Now, I know some of you are going to say, well, Sony's doing that too. They've got their live service games going day and date. That is fine. If they turn around and start doing their first-party games day and date as well, then they're also going to be in the same position that Microsoft's in right now. It's why they're not doing that. I reckon they will with Venom to test the waters to see how popular it will be. That's just my assumption. And if it's super popular, you can bet your bottom dollar that Hiroki is going to make Spider-Man 3 day and date as well. If they make more money with PC and PlayStation combined, they're going to do that with a whole slate. But if they see that they're basically making the same thing, then they're going to push their hardware more and favor their hardware. They've also got their launcher coming, where they're going to put their games on their launcher and not on Steam. And you'll see how many people are going to go to that launcher and actually start buying games. A lot. Let's see, what do people say? Stephen, you're missing the point. I'm not just saying Silent Hill 2 for the sake of it. I'm using it as an example. Don't take that as gospel. I'm just saying they need these games. They need games to sell the consoles. They need third-party exclusives. When Microsoft's going to show up and fix the problem? No idea, Rabbi, but I know that there's stuff happening with Hellblade 2. That's as much as I can really tell you about that one. Without me getting into trouble. So that's all I'm going to say on that matter. Not going to happen. Whether it will or not is a different matter. Keep in mind, just to market a song is like 200,000. I'm talking about money hatting only in certain regions. You're not going to money hat in certain regions, man. You're going to have to money hat across the world. Certain regions won't make sense. Otherwise, I can just change the region of my console and play it there and happy days. Rabbi, I literally just answered your question. I said, I don't know, but I know that there's going to be some stuff done for Hellblade 2. But they do need to take it seriously, and they're not. No, they're not going to stop making consoles by the end of 2024. 2024, we should be seeing the first handheld, and then 25, we're going to probably get the release of the handheld, if it's not by the end of this year. And 2026, we should be seeing the next generation console. So there's still another console coming, because at the end of the day, they need to release consoles, because the US isn't ready for a full cloud future yet, especially when it comes to their data limitations. They'll be eating that data real quick, real fast. So until that is sorted, consoles will be a thing because people need to natively download them. 2 days for the first Blizzard game? I know. That's going to be interesting. So, let's late 2024, it could very well be. So let's have a look at this. All right. So Phil Spencer wants Epic Games Store and others on Xbox consoles. To grow the console market, Xbox will need to be more like PC. So what does he mean by that? Phil Spencer doesn't just want Xbox games on other consoles, he wants other video game retailers on Xbox too. In an interview with Microsoft CEO of Gaming during an annual Game Developers Conference, Spencer told Polygon about the ways he'd like to break down the walled gardens that have historically limited players to making purchases through the first-party stores tied to each console. Or in layman terms, why you should be able to buy games from other stores on Xbox, not just the official front. So he's essentially there saying that he wants the Xbox to be a hub for everything. Spencer mentioned his frustrations with closed ecosystems. So we asked for clarity. Could he really see a future where stores like itch.io and Epic Games Store existed on Xbox? Was it just a matter of figuring out mountains of paperwork to get there? Yes, said Spencer. Our history as the Windows company, nobody would blink twice if I said, hey, when you're using a PC, you get to decide the type of experience you have by picking where to buy games. There's a real value in that. Spencer believes console players would benefit from that freedom too, and so would console makers like Microsoft. See, I don't get this. What he's saying here essentially is he wants a Windows-based console that you can install Steam, you can install Epic, and all of these stuff, but that stops becoming an Xbox. That just becomes an ATX, a mini PC, right? And that becomes an ATX box PC, right? Am I missing something here? Because you can do that right now. What he's describing here is just a shuttle PC that is powerful enough with custom hardware to be able to play it. That's literally all he's saying. And that exists today. Spencer explained how in the past, console makers would typically subsidize the cost of expensive hardware, knowing that a portion of every dollar spent on games for the platform over the years would eventually make it back to the console maker. So this is what's called the attach rate. So when a console gets released, generally they sold for at a loss. And you would need to sell between 1 and 3 copies of games. Like when you bought the console, if you just bought the console on its own and went home, Microsoft made a loss on that purchase. If you bought the console and then bought another 2 games with it, at that point, Microsoft made a profit on that purchase. Because the 2 games that you bought would cover the games cost, and then on top of the games cost, it would cover the deficit that is what the console was losing money on, and it's essentially make a profit on that, and so they make a return of interest. It's called the attach rate. During the Dreamcast days, the attach rate used to be 1 game. Once the 360 came out, the attach rate increased to 2. I'm guessing now with the Series X, the Series S is probably going to be making profit on its own, but the Series X, on the other hand, probably needs an attach rate of 2 or 3 games at the very minimum, just like the PS5. Then, in time, the console maker would recoup the subsidy, and hopefully more. But Spencer said Moore's Law has slowed down. The price of the components of a console aren't coming down as fast as they have in previous generations. Worse, he explained the console market isn't growing. This is true. It is not growing. All that's happening is that the same players in ratio are shifting between one and the other. But it's not actually expanding. It's just still staying the same stagnant size that it is. We've seen this in multiple different reports now. And forcing players to purchase games through the official storefront to help recoup costs might not make sense. The walls meant to lock people into consoles might be motivating them to stay out. Subsidizing hardware becomes more challenging in today's world. And I will say, this may seem too altruistic. I don't know that it's growing the industry. So I think, what are the barriers? What are the things that create friction in today's world for creators and players? And how can we be part of opening up that model? And this is something Microsoft likes to do, right? They like to push ahead and be the first to make that giant leap into the great unknown. We saw this with Xbox One, with the Kinect, with the whole, watching TV on your consoles that everyone ridiculed, but everyone is doing that today with their PS5s and their Nintendo Switches, watching Netflix, on their Series X's, watching TV and YouTube and other stuff. Maybe you're not, but I see so many of my friends doing that on either platform. They use it as their general medium now to watch Netflix, Amazon Prime, Apple TV, YouTube. Something that Microsoft did with the Xbox One launch that every single one ridiculed them for. Fast forward today, and everyone is doing what they laughed at Microsoft for. The difference is Microsoft tries to take these leaps way too early. They want to be the first. They want to be the ones that pioneer it. And at the end of the day, just because you're making that leap first, like Stadia saw, doesn't mean it's always going to work. Maybe just people aren't ready for it. Maybe the technology just isn't right now. So that's been a problem that Microsoft has had for a long time, and they kind of need to fix that. The answer in part is scrapping exclusivity on more and more Xbox games. Spencer explained that the game experience is hindered when it matters what consoles we play on or what shops sell us our games. As an example, he pointed to Sea of Thieves. A player, he explained, shouldn't have to worry about what hardware they or their friends own. They should just know if their friends have and want to play Sea of Thieves. So what he's saying here is that games should be, multiplayer games like Sea of Thieves should be crossplay out of the box. Hey, Phil! Great job! How about making Elder Scrolls Online crossplay? That would work. How about making Fallout 76 crossplay? That would work. How about making the plethora of other games that you keep badgering on about crossplay? These games are already available multi-platform after all. Why don't you actually be a man and stick behind your words? Oh no, you can't do those games though, can you? It doesn't work for those games. Now Spencer said, if I want to play on a gaming PC, then I feel like I'm more a continuous part of a gaming ecosystem as a whole. As opposed to on console, my gaming is kind of sharded, to use a gaming term, based on these different closed ecosystems that I have to play across. I mean, Xbox is pretty much one of the most open platforms outside of PC. You can play almost anywhere. Spencer's view sounds reasonable on paper. The console market is flat. It is. The PC market is growing in part because it gives players a choice in where they buy games. So if consoles want to bring players back, they'll need to be more like PCs. And that means bringing down the walled gardens that for decades have protected the financial model of game consoles. If Spencer wants to make that vision a reality, then it's reasonable that we could one day boot up our Xboxes and see Epic Game Store, itch.io, and other shops waiting to sell us games, and hopefully competing with one another to bring players the best possible deals. Now here's my question. If they're going to do this, they're essentially building a PC. Now, I know people are going to say consoles are essentially a PC anyway, but there's still custom hardware in there, right? There is still custom APUs in there, there's still custom CPUs in there, and there's still custom technology in there that doesn't, pertain to PCs. That's just not there, right? You got that, magical velocity architecture that's never ever used, but they keep toting it. That's not in PCs. You've got direct storage that only one game uses on PC that's never been used on Xbox. You've got all sorts of different things that are there. But what he's saying here is that he wants Xbox to become a PC. And if that's what he wants, that's fine. But what he's essentially saying is we're going to design an Xbox to be a PC, but it's going to have a skin, so you don't have to deal with all that Windows stuff. You don't have to deal with all that Windows Update and all that stuff behind it. All of that is going to be done automated. You're going to get your console experience, and what you're going to have is when you boot it up is you're going to have your Xbox Store, you're going to have Game Pass, you're going to have GeForce Now, you're going to have Steam, you're going to have Epic Games, you're going to have GOG, you're going to have Ubisoft Connect, and all of them all in one place. You're essentially going to have Amazon Luna, but in a form where you can natively download it. And though that prospect sounds interesting, what I want to know is how that is different to what we have today. And I don't know. But maybe you guys do. And so if you do, let me know in the comment section below, and let's have that discussion. Okay, so that's that one done. Let me know what do you think, guys? I'm just recording some content as well so I can upload later on. Give me some videos for the week. Where you going, Quackers? Oh, you're going for a stream night. Take it easy, buddy. Only real difference between consoles and PC is that allowed or there's not much that can't be made to run on a PC. Well, I think Windows will be like a closed ecosystem on the consoles. I can't see them allowing it to be free reign. But then how is that more valuable than what you can make right now? You know? I need direct storage for God. Direct storage is for loading and data transfer. Xbox would be a PC for those that don't want a PC. I think this is a good route for Xbox. It could very well be, Benaya. It could very well be. But again, my point right now is, how is there any? I guess the only benefit to this is that as a consumer, you don't have to worry about driver updates. You don't have to worry about Windows updates. You don't have to worry about any of that stuff. All you have to worry about is booting the game, going into the store, and downloading it. But at what point does your machine become old? What price point does this have? You know, there's a lot of things to get through here. Is it going to be running on a custom GPU? And if it is, now publishers and developers are going to have to build for that custom GPU as well. They already don't like building for Intel's Arc graphics card because that's muddied the waters a little. AMD and Nvidia enjoyed quite a ride for a number of years, but now you've got Intel in the mix, so Microsoft are going to make their own graphics card. I know they've been working on one, their own chipset. So if they're working on their own chipset and it actually works, and it's good, maybe they could make games work on that. I'm not really sure. But at the end of the day, the games have to, the graphics card has to be powerful enough so you don't need to upgrade every 2 years. So, in theory, this is a really cool idea. In practice, there is so many complexities here that it's going to be so difficult to work without spending 1,500 quid on a PC that will last you around 5 years. Do you see where I'm coming from? So, I just don't see how it's going to work. I mean, developers always complaining, I know. I speak to them all the time at work. They never stop moaning. Especially when I break their work as QA. They absolutely hate me then. You hear them complaining from Niagara Falls. Sony does charge for crossplay. If a number of app stores on your device and they're also playing the same game, you will cause a price war where consumers can shop around for the cheapest prices, which could hinder Xbox Store. The problem is, Green Goblin, they're not looking at it like that. See, what they're looking at, Green Goblin, is this. If you don't come to my store, where I get 100%, and you go to Steam on my Xbox, and you buy it from Steam, I'm still getting 70%. Or maybe they'll make a deal, and they'll get 85% if it's on the Xbox platform. Right? So they're still making money. They might not be making 100%. They might be making 80% or 85% or even 70% if it stays the same. But they're still making money they wouldn't have made. So as far as they're concerned, they've got you on the Xbox console. With these other launchers built in, able to buy the games where they make money, where you are on the Xbox platform playing games through Xbox. Of course, at this point, they would need to get rid of the Xbox Live requirement as well, right? My PC has an NVIDIA 980, so I'm okay for 10 years. Mark, you're good for the rest of your life. Oh, Benaya, what the hell, man? I like it. I like it a lot. That made me laugh. I think there would be an app on Xbox. They could. I mean, they're all going to be apps, right? But they're going to allow you to. But this is the thing: they're going to allow you to natively download these games. So, essentially, these games have your Xbox has to be PC compliant. So it's going to be basically a PC, but just a custom PC that cannot be upgraded. Anime? That's 100%. That would have to go instantly. That would have to go. That would instantly have to go. Without a shadow of doubt. This sounds crazy the more you think about it, but I'm all for it. Something has to change for Xbox. What they're doing right now isn't working. But they're not doing anything. How can it work if they're doing nothing? Look. I hate to quote my favorite actor, right? But he's my favorite actor and I love him. Arnold Schwarzenegger. If you sit on your ass and do absolutely nothing, nothing will ever happen. If you want something, you got to go out, work for it, and make it happen. Nothing comes for free. Everything is hard work. Yeah, Arnie is my favorite actor. Nothing comes for free. You have to go out, work for it. Why do you think I'm up until like 2 a.m., 3 a.m., working on videos and trying to make this channel a success? Trying to provide you all with the best content, making changes here, making changes there, getting your feedback on how I can improve presentation, delivery, videos, conversations, streams, everything. I'm always trying to make it better because I want to succeed. I'm putting the work in, getting your feedback to see what you like and trying to deliver that content in a way that will make all of you happy. But I'm putting the hard work in. And I'm, sometimes I see the return, sometimes I don't, but I learn from those issues. I learn from those times where the video doesn't do well. I go back and see what I didn't do well. I'm putting the work in. Nothing comes by sitting on your ass and doing nothing. And Microsoft is just sitting on their ass and doing jack shit. That's the reality of it. They think because they are Microsoft, victory comes by virtue, and that's just not the case. Money doesn't buy you victory. I mean, it can if you do it correctly. It absolutely can. But they're not even doing that correctly. Life lessons from chaos. Damn straight. I hate the quote the ponies put, the whole slate is coming. That's because of that Chris Dring. Alright, should we go through this article? Chaos, do you think Sony will be in the same predicament later down the line because they always seem to follow Xbox? Yes, they will. Look, right now, Sony's model is different to Xbox. Xbox jumped the gun. Xbox jumped into this weird hybrid way too early. And like I said earlier, they have this habit of USA internet is not capped. Dude, everyone I've spoken to says that the US internet is capped. All my family in the US do not have unmetered internet. So I'm not sure. Maybe it's the states they live in that don't have unmetered internet. But they all have a capped internet. The US internet is indeed capped. Yeah, like my family is, like some of my family in the US, they tell me the same thing. But Microsoft jumped into this way too early. They needed to hold back a little bit before making this leap. Sony, on the other hand, have something that works. But it's not working anymore. But they're going to be squeezing that exclusivity as much as they can for as long as they can. Because they're not set up right now properly to push their games day and date. Nexus is not enough. When you look at ID, you look at Bethesda, you look at Tango, you look at all of these companies that Microsoft's working with, all of them have experience with PCs. Santa Monica, on the other hand, only know how to make games for Xbox. They're not a PC platform. Right? And if they do make some games for PCs, it's very little. House Marquee is one that does do it. Did they actually put Returnal onto PC? I don't know. But you see what I'm saying here? Their studios are ingrained for console. They're not set up as well as Microsoft is to push out. And Microsoft decided to jump the gun, like they do with everything. So Sony will follow. It's inevitable. The only one that won't follow is Nintendo. I don't know what they're doing, man, but they got the magic sauce. And only they know how they got that magic sauce. If PlayStation is going day and date with PC and Xbox is becoming a PC, I mean, at that point, consoles should cease to exist, right? But you know why they won't? Because of your saves, your history, and everything. All of that would need to migrate over. Are we saying this because of console sales? Yeah. As long as you have a big console selling... Look, if Xbox... Look, let's be realistic, right? Does anyone here... Genuine question. Does anyone here actually believe, right? Actually, genuinely believe that if Microsoft, right now this second, instead of 27 million consoles sold, had 100 million consoles sold, would we be having this conversation today? 100 million consoles would mean roughly about 90 million Game Passes at the very minimum. Would we be having this conversation today? Console sales matters. That's it. That's it. That proves it right there. So console sales matter. People that say it doesn't matter are only saying that because Microsoft isn't selling consoles. They're looking at the bigger vision. And the bigger vision, we're nowhere near. The bigger vision will arrive in about 10 years. Microsoft is 10 years too early in what they're trying to do. But they cut themselves at the beginning of this generation. How do you release a console without Halo? You showcased Halo in the worst state it could possibly be in, and they said, hey guys, look, we've got AAA graphics right here. And then everyone's like, my dude, my buddy Craig would like a word with you. I still think that 34 million is wrong, JB. I think that number is wrong, and Microsoft just won't come out and correct it. The reason why I say it's wrong, right, is because of this. This is why I say it's wrong. Is it this one? No. Where is it? Is it this one? No. Where is it? Has that gone? It looks like it's gone. I can't find it. It was on... No, they've taken it down. I had it somewhere. It was from a 2022. but it's not here anymore. So essentially in 2022, they had 34 million. Are you saying in 20... And see, over here it shows 25. But in 2022, they had 34 million. Are you saying 34 million now is the correct number? This number here doesn't include Game Pass Core. That's what it doesn't include. No, Jay, there was... That's what I'm trying to find to show you. But it looks like it's been overwritten because this was where it was used to be. Here you go. So there was 20. This is 2022, right? This is 2022. Number of Xbox gaming subscriptions on console worldwide as of April 22. There was 21.9 million, right? Excluding PC Game Pass. This is Xbox Live Gold, which became Core. So with Core and Game Pass Ultimate, not Game Pass PC, it was 33.6 million. Game Pass PC had around 10 million. We saw that in that LinkedIn post. So 33 plus 10 million would make 44 million. Are you telling me that in 2 years they went up by that little amount? So what's better? 44 million Game Pass subs or 50 million consoles? 44 million Game Pass subs will make him a hell of a lot more money. Because I believe the information is wrong, Alpha One. I believe the information was wrong. Because if you read what was said to Tom Warren, Game Pass, Diablo 4. Where is it? Can't see it there. Where is it? There was a press release that released. And if you read what it says, it's different to what is being announced. Should be here. Here you go. While Xbox President Sarah Bond mentioned that 34 million Xbox Game Pass subscribers will have access to Diablo 4 next month, do you honestly believe that Sarah Bond is going to make that mistake? Do you honestly believe that Sarah Bond is going to make that mistake on air? Do you genuinely think that she is going to make that mistake of getting that number wrong on a podcast that they could re-record? Don't forget that they could re-record and get correct. It's not a live showing. They could have easily went back and edited it. Right? The game won't actually be available for all Game Pass subscribers. The 34 million Game Pass membership is accurate. Diablo 4 is coming to Game Pass on March thing, with the exception of the Game Pass core catalog. So that's not saying that the Game Pass core number is in that 34 million. The quote is The 34 million Game Pass membership number is accurate. Diablo 4 is coming to Game Pass on March the 28th. But to whatever the number is of Game Pass core catalog, they're not getting it. That's how I read this. 34 million is getting it. The 10 million that's on the core catalog is not getting it. That's how I read this. Because there is no way that Sarah Bond is going to say 34 million people will have access to Diablo 4, and then Phil Spencer, Matt Booty, the fucking PR guys, the HR people are all going to stand there and say, yes, you got this completely correct. We want to look like dickheads in front of everyone. So make sure you say that, yeah? And give them incorrect information. We want to look like retards to everyone. Yeah, you make sure you give them misinformation. Do you genuinely think that that's going to happen? Do you genuinely think that's going to happen? Now, I know people take Microsoft for absolute moronic idiots, but do you really think that this is what's going to happen? So this is why I'm saying the 34 million is the current Game Pass subscribers. But if you look at the core, which Microsoft is not counting, that would take it to 44 million. But do you see where I'm coming from now? And this is why I actually had a go. I started my rant at Tom Warren, and I said, your information is incorrect. Go back and clarify, because this doesn't seem right. Because all this is telling me is 34 million is going to have access, and the Game Pass core members will not. With the exception of Game Pass core members. And if we're looking at the number that, is it over here? If we're looking at this actually makes sense, right? Right now, Game Pass is at 20... with this one, and I guess with PC, it's on... Without PC, it's at 22 million. It's at 34 million without PC Game Pass. It says excluding PC. Hey, Unity Dev. But it's excluding PC. Are you telling me that in 2 years they made 400,000 subs? It doesn't add up. Like, I'm all for Microsoft coming out and saying something, but if you've noticed, no one from Microsoft has bothered to come out and clarify or rectify anything because they can't be bothered. Because no matter what they say, it's just going to be churned and twisted and thrown out anyway. Core is just basically the thing. So they're not even counting this inside the Game Pass subs. Right? So there has been a growth for Game Pass with PC included. It might have been like 2-3 million, but there has been a growth. But that 34 million that she's saying here, 34 million will have access to Game Pass. To Diablo 4. It's the 10 million that's not going to have it, that's on the Game Pass core. Like, this is how I read it. And how any sane person should read it. But, if you're a aspiring journalist who doesn't have anything better to do with their time and likes to deliver fake news and basically try to shit on Xbox to get extra clicks, this is the type of information you're going to point out. And all the ponies are going to lap it up and talk about it. That's my opinion anyway. But let's check out this article. let's check out this article. I'm going to start recording again. All right, so a handheld Xbox. Microsoft's gaming chief can't stop thinking about it. He must be dreaming about it. All right. Phil Spencer has tried all the new PC gaming handhelds. ROG, Legion Go, Steam Deck. He's impressed, but he can't shake one question. How would he make them more Xbox? An Xbox UI, making it both Xbox Sandbox and PC Sandbox, so you can play Xbox on there as well, and PC would probably be the best of both worlds. I want my Legion Lenovo to feel like an Xbox, Spencer told Polygon in an interview during an annual game developers conference. I brought the Legion Go with me to GDC, but I'm on the airplane and I have this list of everything that makes it not feel like an Xbox. Forget about the brand, more like, are all my games there? What I'm saying. Do all my games show up with the save files that I want? Again, what I'm saying. I'll tell you one game that doesn't right now. It's driving me crazy. It's Fallout 76. Well, make it region, cross-platform, cloud saving, and guess what? It would work. But that's a you problem, not a me problem. It doesn't have cross-save. And that's the only reason I'm not playing it, because I wanted to have cross-save, because I've got friends that do want to play it, but they're on PlayStation, I'm on Xbox. We want to play together and we can't. I want to be able to boot into the Xbox app in a full screen, but in compact mode. And all of my social experiences there. Like I want it to feel like the dash of my Xbox when I turn on the television, except I want it on those devices. And that's definitely doable. According to Spencer, the Xbox hardware team, led by Ron Sons, is considering different hardware form factors and things that they could go do as it plans the future of Xbox hardware. What should we build that will find new players, Spencer said, that will allow people to play at times when they couldn't go play in the past? Well, cross-platform on certain games would definitely help. Just saying. I think Elder Scrolls Online would be so much bigger if you could actually play with PC players and PlayStation players. Considering the game is on those platforms anyway, it's not like it's going to break the bank or anything, just saying. In our expansive... if PlayStation wants to hold on to that, oh, we're going to charge for cross-platform, fuck PlayStation. At least make it work with PC. In our expansive interview, Spencer described two approaches to making Xbox available on handhelds. The hardware versus the software approach, as he said. He has strong feelings about what a Xbox handheld device should feel like. But he also recognizes, having learned from the console business, that players may choose brands other than Xbox. For those players, Spencer wants to improve the Xbox handheld gaming software experience too, particularly for people who have devices running Windows like the Legion Go and the Ally. Honestly, no. If you want to sell your handheld, you make that the MVP. I know that might sound harsh and that might sound disagreeable to some of you, but if I want my platform to sell and I want my hardware to be at the center front, you make that the MVP, buddy, and people will come. If it's the MVP, people will come to it. If it's got the best in hardware, people will come to it. It's that simple. If you don't make great hardware, then they won't come. I feel like the fact that Valve, Lenovo, and Asus went out and innovated in a new form factor, and I will say that when I'm playing on those devices, it almost feels more like a console than a PC, because they are consoles. You can't upgrade them. 9 times out of 10. The things that usually frustrate me are more Windows-based than device-based, which is an area I feel some ownership of. Like, I want to be able to log in with a controller. I've got my list of things we should go through. That's fair. Spencer has spent his tenure at Microsoft pushing Xbox to be both a console experience and a software experience that follows players wherever they enjoy games. That philosophy expands his views on handheld gaming. From a game creator standpoint, Spencer said, I can then go build a single version of my game that spans more hardware and reaches more customers. Essentially, more money. And I would say, for players, it reduces the friction. Well, if you can play the games on anything, happy days, right? Especially on like a handheld PC. Like if I want to go play my console games on the go with a handheld, I don't want to be able to buy one brand of handheld, right? No, you can buy the Lenovo Go, you can buy the Asus ROG, you can buy the Steam Deck, but if you want the MVP experience, you buy the Xbox Surface handheld. Done. You got to make yourself the MVP, right? I can't be wrong here. You have to make yourself the MVP. Why would you not make yourself the MVP and make other people the MVP? Sure, make the experience on those better, but you want to make your experience the MVP. That's 101. Otherwise, why are you making the hardware? Don't make it at all. That doesn't make any sense to me. I want everything that we're doing in the hardware space to be great, but if somebody chooses to go play somewhere else, I don't want them to feel like a lesser Xbox player. Well, the whole purpose of being an Xbox player is to play on an Xbox. Over the past 7 years, we've seen the Xbox development team get creative with its software, moving games to new platforms, building up the Game Pass subscription service, and making games playable on smartphones through streaming. Well, streaming is a different kettle of fish. That's totally different to handheld PCs. As we wrapped our conversation, Spencer wouldn't outright announce an official handheld, but he did say he sees a similar level of creativity coming to hardware that Xbox has brought to software. I think it's important, Spencer said. You and I, we've been around for a couple of days. Look at the real inflection points in our industry. Look at the Wii. It was hardware innovation that was linked with great software innovation. So, essentially what he's saying here is he wants, if he's going to create an Xbox handheld, he wants it to be unique. He wants it to give you that Xbox experience. And the one thing that I think the Steam Deck has that no other hardware has that is, it sets itself apart are these pads here. These touchpads, if you've used the Steam Deck and then go to an Asus ROG Ally, you will absolutely miss these. Like when I used the Asus ROG, my God, did I miss these pads. These are like so useful. And it's not even a Windows operating system for the Steam. But these are just mind-blowingly good. And even in just games, right? On first-person shooter games, when I'm playing on the Steam Deck, I use this as my right mouse. It is way better than using the right analog stick. This just gives you a mouse-like experience. So you get like precision aiming down to a T once you get used to it. It's really, really, really good. But what they want to do, if they want to make a hardware, they want to basically turn around and say, hey, look, Asus ROG, Steam Deck, Lenovo, we've provided them with the software to make the experience better. But if you want the best experience of both worlds, if you want the PC experience, if you want the native Xbox experience, you come to the Xbox Surface handheld. I'm just calling it that, by the way. That's not the official name, so don't go out saying Kale said this. Don't clip it because it's not real. I'm just using that as a name. I know you're going to clip it, but don't do it. But that's what they want to do. And so by doing that immediately, you've got your whole Xbox catalog in the palm of your hands as the console. And there are games on Game Pass or on console that just aren't on the PC Game Pass. They will be available on PC, but they're not available on the PC, the PC Game Pass. So you've instantly gained more games, more access than you would have before by having the Xbox architecture, the Xbox, OS built into it and working. That is how you win the handheld war. And that is how you become the MVP. But if you then try to pass that tech onto Asus, Lenovo, Steam Deck, then there's no point in you releasing your hardware because it's pointless. No one's going to buy it because they've already got a Steam Deck, or they're looking to buy a Steam Deck because it's more popular. You need to make yours more popular. You need to make yours stand out. You need it to have a USP. It's just really weird. The notion of a USP is that these people can't see. It's crazy. But if you want to sell your hardware, you need to have a USP. And that's their USP. And if they do it, they're going to have a really successful piece of hardware. But that's me, folks. That's what I think. You let me know what you think in the comment section below. Let's have that discussion, and I will see you in the next one. Remain legend. All right. That's video wrap number 2. So what do you think? What do you think? My counter would probably be the Microsoft phones. Mate, look. Don't diss the Microsoft phones. I've still got one. I love it. It's a great phone. It was one of my favorite phones. Not because I'm a shill. I really like the tile system. I actually tried, when I went back to Android, to find a skin that would give me the Microsoft phone, the Windows Phone tile system, but I couldn't find it. That was my favorite phone. Hey, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe, folks. Every sub counts. Every like counts. I appreciate you. I had the Nokia 920. I think my brother had the Nokia 1020, I think it was. The one with a really big camera. But ADM, essentially, if Microsoft decides that they're going to release a console for £500 or £600, and it can install Steam, it can install Epic, it can install Ubisoft Connect, you know, it can install Unity, it can install all of these different launchers and run it, it becomes the ultimate gaming platform as a console. I mean, essentially it's a PC, but it's going to be a closed PC platform. But it becomes the ultimate gaming platform because you can buy any game you want. It instantly becomes the platform with the most exclusives. So from having no exclusives, it becomes the platform with the most exclusives overnight. And maybe that's what Microsoft is trying to do. You know, they're trying to create the Infinity Gauntlet. Essentially, that's what I'm hearing. That's what it sounds like. They're trying to make the next Xbox generation, if it is what they're trying to make it, the Infinity Gauntlet. We bleed green. I am buying the Microsoft handheld at whatever price. My dude, I'm the same. I'm buying it. I just hope it's not $2,000 because then I can't afford it. I'm still shocked people would buy a Nintendo Switch just for Pokemon. Like, those games haven't evolved since Generation 2. Like, I get Mario, Zelda, Mario Kart, Smash, but Pokemon, these people need therapy. Man, Pokemon has a huge following, man. It has a huge following. If it is the handheld, I will be getting it as long as it was similar to the prototypes I know about. Well, Susanna, you can send me those pictures later on. My Discord is always open. I'm getting the console handheld. The handheld is cooler. I mean, I'm going to get the handheld and the console, personally, but that's me. Hey, look. All I need is a proper tash, a red hat, shave this beard, and it's me, Mario. You'll be here, watching me every day. I want waifus on Xbox or won't buy. What about if I show some legs, Arthur? They're a bit hairy, but if you squint hard enough, you can get past it. Is that waifu enough? What if I identified as an anime waifu? Would that work? That's a crime. Girls, you should make PlayStation scalping guides. You'd get millions of views. They should do one SKU handheld that runs Series S type. Look, this is one thing that I think Microsoft should, if they're releasing the handheld, get rid of the Series S. You don't need it anymore. I don't think that should be gone. The handheld should replace the Series S. It should have a dock mode as well, so you can dock it in and get a bit more juice out of it when you plug it to your PC. I mean to your TV. So that should be good enough. We don't know yet. Ah, so that's how it is, Arthur. So you don't care the fact that I'm a dude. Okay. You heard that right here, right, chat? Arthur doesn't care the fact that I'm a dude as long as what he can visually see is an anime waifu. He will simp over me, no questions asked. You heard it right here. I don't make them rules. He's the one that made them rules. Pause. Madam, for the chat, please. Honestly, most of what I've been watching lately is how to make AI-generated avatars that look like actual people. Even better, right? Arthur regretting life choices right now. That's a guy, Ventura. Welcome, BoldAlphawolf. Matt said, give me something pretty to look at. I don't care if it's just a lie. Just give me something to draw. I don't think that's going. Benaya, I don't see it going. No, we're going to get to that soon. In fact, it's the next topic after this one, actually. So, let's do this one as well and see where we're going. Let's see what this one is. Phil Spencer on what the hell is happening in the games industry and why exclusives have become a risky business. Because it has. Exclusives have become a risky business, right? They cost a lot of money, and if they fail, studios generally shut down. The math on making a game has definitely changed. Polygon spoke with Phil Spencer during the annual Game Developers Conference, and though the conversation ranged from possibility of a handheld console to the trouble with closed platforms, one theme was inescapable. What the hell is going on with the games industry? And how will video game makers and publishers, Xbox included, get out of it? Spencer's viewpoint to a collision of rising budgets, diversifying business models, and the exceptional financial risk now required to meet the audience expectations of a AAA release. And this is something that Sony set quite high, right? Sony set the bar for AAA releases in terms of visual fidelity really, really high. And that's both a good thing and a bad thing, because I guess it's good because we get to see what, these developers can actually do. But the cost means that if they screw up one game, like if Spider-Man 3 or Venom flops and makes 1 million sales and that's it, it's bye-bye Sony. Or bye-bye half their workforce, whichever one comes first. They can't afford for one of those games to flop. They literally cannot afford it with the way these games are costing. He specifically pointed to the astronomical budgets of big budget games, which have created a knot of problems that have been a challenge to disentangle. And for Spencer, the path forward is to abandon assumptions about exclusivity and attract new customers who have called on the console experience. Now, Sean Layden actually said, any game that costs over 200 million to make, that game shouldn't be exclusive anymore, because if you want to get a return of interest and make your money back, you kind of want that game to get to as many hands as possible, so you're not stuck in a position where you're chasing the pennies and chasing the sales in order to recoup your money. And I think he's correct in that. Once games get to a point where they're 3, 4, 500 million to make, I mean, Destiny 1, the original, cost 500 million. But that was multi-plat. Even though it wasn't crossplay, it was multi-plat, and it worked, and it sold really well on both platforms, and did exceptionally good, and they made their money. But can you imagine if that was only restricted to one platform? It would be a hell of a lot harder for them to recoup that money. And back then, there was no microtransactions. It was just box sales. That's it. But first, for context, Spencer talked about how things used to work when budgeting and greenlighting a video game. Microsoft exec has been producing games for a long enough that he can remember when the financials were relatively straightforward. A publisher could set a sales goal, say 800,000 units, set in an earnout goal, how much money they want to make, and set the price of the game, usually $59.99. From there, a video game's publisher and/or studio could set the budget. However, the financial calculations has changed. In 24, most games are sold across multiple storefronts, often steeply discounted, mere weeks after release or included as part of a subscription service on launch day. Plus, the games themselves take many years to create with the help of hundreds, if not thousands, of team members, sometimes spread across the world. All of this adds up, and as Spencer says, it can cost 300 million to build a video game. Spencer explained how this cost forces three substantial problems. One for all big budget games, one unique to console exclusives, and one that spans the entire industry. The cost really reduces the risk that publishers are willing to take. Where previous games needed to sell a few 100,000 units to justify their cost, new games may need to sell many millions of units. If you're a publisher, you know that's a pretty big number in a world that already has a lot of video games coming. How are you going to establish this thing? Make it a really good game that everyone wants and is willing to buy. Am I willing to take the red on new IP on any new kind of game? You're going to have to, if you want, you're going to have to take that risk, or you're going to be releasing Gears 34 in, 20 years' time. When the earnout risk is that high, I think it impinges on the creativity of this industry, which I don't love. Creativity is like the cornerstone of what we should be about in gaming. This cost is particularly prohibitive for exclusives that can only reach so many players. I mean, yeah, but if it's a really good game and you've got a big enough audience, it's going to sell. We've seen Baldur's Gate, we've seen Power World, we've seen other really good games like Helldivers in recent times where the game has sold well. If you look at other franchises like Starfield, it sold really well. People may not be happy with it, that's a different matter. It still sold well. You look at God of War, I think it hit like 10, 15 million sales. The Horizon Dawn series has hit 34 million. So if you make good games, they sell. It's that simple. If you make bad games, they don't sell. So the key here is don't make bad games. As Spencer explained in our conversation about the perils of exclusivity and walled garden consoles, these games need to make additional money to justify console makers subsidizing the cost of the console. That's where microtransactions come in to help it. Just don't sell fast travel. As soon as Spencer explained, the case for exclusivity gets pressured as the cost of the game goes up. Sorry, I had to throw that in. It's current news. According to Spencer, the console market has not grown in the past year. It's not grown for a number of years, actually. Between PlayStation and Xbox, between OG Xbox and PS2, it was about 200 million. Between 360 and the PS3, it was about 200 million. Xbox One and PS4 was about 200 million. The only one that's actually daunting right now is PS5 and Series X and S, where the PS5 is at, 50 million? And Series X and S is at 27 million. So that basically makes just over 75 million. And they're over halfway through the generation. I don't even think they're actually going to hit the 200. I think the market is actually shrinking at this point. Though Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo consoles continue to sell, Spencer notes that many console gamers are simply upgrading. Or to put it in another way, they're not new to the market and won't contribute to growth. So basically, I've got an Xbox One, I'm getting an Xbox Series X. I've got a PS4, I'm getting a PS5. My kid, on the other hand, isn't buying a console because he's just using mine, or new players just aren't getting introduced into the market. It's only the existing people just upgrading. And without new customers, everybody else's customer is your success rate. So basically, if I want to expand on my 50 million, I have to take them customers and bring them over to me in order to be able to increase mine, because new people aren't coming in. So I have to start stealing from the other base and entice them to come over here. That's never a good thing. You can't succeed unless you draw in customers from other publishers and other platforms. And because you're not finding new customers with the games that you're building, everybody's kind of fighting over the same size pie. This has been a problem in the games industry for a while, and it's been ever more present now than it used to be. Maybe it's because of COVID or other things, but it's a problem. This is a big problem, and the infighting of trying to claim a player base is just stupid. These problems have had a very real, substantial, and immediate human cost. The industry has seen consistent and mounting layoffs, including a particularly rough start to this year. Shortly after Microsoft's acquisition of Activision Blizzard King, the company announced it would be laying off 1,900 workers from its gaming division. I mean, not just its gaming division, but yeah. But a lot of that was also redundancies, right? Because of duplicate roles from ABK that were being fulfilled with Microsoft. It's what happens with a merger. It's unfortunate, but it's what happens. You know, the company I work for has just merged with another company, and chances are I'm going to be losing my job because my role already exists in the other company that we've merged with. So it's unfortunate, but it's just a thing. That's why you should definitely like and subscribe right now to support the channel and make it grow. Look, I'm doing it for sympathy right now, so do it. Polygon asked Spencer if the ABK layoffs were part of this wider trend, or if there was something unique about the layoffs as they pertain to current Xbox business. It's a little bit of both, Spencer said, but I'll say the thing that has me most concerned for the industry is the lack of growth, because there is a lack of growth. Everyone knows this. And when you have an industry that is projected to be smaller next year in terms of players and dollars, and you get a lot of publicly traded companies that are in the industry that have to show their investors growth, at the end of the day, shareholders are what keeps it going, right? You have to answer to your shareholders. Because why else does somebody own a share of someone's stock if it's not going to grow? And this is why we're going to see day-and-date games coming to PC from PlayStation. It's going to happen because it's not the players that dictate this, it's the shareholders. Once the shareholders smell that sweet, sweet money coming from Sony and it's a success and they make twice the amount of sales with PC and PlayStation combined, do you honestly think those shareholders are not going to put on pressure to Sony to say, hey, we want this to be a norm now because we like money and we want a bigger return on our cut? Of course they will. They can't say no to their shareholders. Otherwise they sell and tank the shares if they do a mass fire sales, right? The side of the business that then gets scrutinized is the cost side, because if you're not going to grow the revenue side, then the cost side becomes challenged. We're a business. I've said this over and over. I don't get any luxury of not having to run a profitable growing business inside of Microsoft, and we are that today. But just across the industry, you mentioned it. And in sitting here at GDC, I reflect on friends of mine in the industry that have been displaced and lost their jobs, and how just I don't want this industry to be a place where people can't, with confidence, build a career. Right now, they can't. Right now, the most volatile place to work is the gaming industry. You start today, you could be gone tomorrow. So that's why I keep pivoting back to, how does this industry get back to growth? Right now, PC, cloud is the number one ways to grow. Mobile as well. But I think mobile's still a bit ways off. But the prominent ones right now, I mean, mobile is obviously growing, but I think for gamers personally, cloud and PC is the two areas where growth is just happening crazy right now. But to your question, for us as Xbox or any of the teams that are out there, it is really an outcome of an industry that's not growing. It can grow and it will grow again. But you see this time right now, and the implications have human impact. And we should all reflect on that and think about it. As we talked through Microsoft's plans for growth, both with the company and the wider game spaces, Spencer continually returned to the idea of exclusivity. This year, Xbox Game Studios Publishing has begun porting more and more former exclusives to other consoles like Nintendo Switch and PlayStation 5. For Spencer, this is a way to bring more players and sales to old games, but it's also a way to break some old industry habits like exclusivity that may be responsible for the stagnation of the console market. So he's playing a gamble here. I mean, there's obviously the FTC thing here, but what he's hoping will happen here is that by him giving some games to other platforms, this is what he's saying, essentially, he's hoping that Sony and Nintendo will do the same to Microsoft, give games in return, and then those games that are not, they've served their purpose on PlayStation, served their purpose on Switch, that aren't making any more money, they could find a new breath of revenue and in return, hopefully, stop more layoffs. And in return, if you like that game from Nintendo on your Xbox, well, hey, I'll go buy a Switch. And it increases the sales of Switch, it increases their game sales, or you'll go to PlayStation. That's essentially what he's saying, and that's what he's been saying all along with Xbox. If Hi-Fi Rush is good and it's received well over there, when Hi-Fi Rush 2 comes along, people will be interested in picking up an Xbox as well, just so they can play it. That's the idea. Consider 2 years of lack of growth in the gaming industry at the top line. You start to ask yourself, well, I don't want to grow at the expense of the industry. I want to grow as part of the industry. And what do we need to do as an industry to get back on the growth path? Make good games. I will say every decision we make today and tomorrow is for the better of Xbox. I know sometimes things get weaponized. Social media! And there's some evil in the background that's making us do things. Phil hates exclusives, and that's why we're like PlayStation and Switch now. Every decision we make is to make Xbox stronger in the long run. It doesn't mean everyone's going to agree with every decision we make, but it is fundamental for how we make decisions. So essentially, out of necessity, they are trying to force change, and they will do what they need to do to try and get the industry to grow. Again, Microsoft is taking this approach, like I've said multiple times today, where they are trying to be the industry trend setters, and that bites them in the arse more times than not. There's a time and a place to set a trend, and they usually are wrong almost every time when they try to do it. For Spencer moving forward, the future is about walking, in some parts, away from exclusivity. I can see that, but if you want to sell your console, you need exclusives. It's that simple. Otherwise, there's no reason for anyone to buy your platform. Literally none. If all your games are available elsewhere, there's no value in your console. This notion that Xbox can only be this one device that plugs into a television isn't something we see in the Gen Z research. Well, you're looking in the wrong research. That's just stupid. Now I see what Gaz was saying. It's working for PlayStation and it's working for Nintendo. At the end of the day, if it's not working for you, you need to go back and decide and figure out where it is you're going wrong. Because you've got two case studies where it absolutely is working. Exclusivity is getting people to stay on those platforms. It's getting people to stay there and buy games. So we're looking at the Switch and then PlayStation. No matter how you want to look at them, sure, that might not be the case. But what Phil Spencer is saying here is a whole pile of bullshit. Plain and simple. He's trying to offload the blame and try to use it as a scapegoat. This right here is bullshit. This notion that Xbox can only be this one device that plugs into the television isn't something we see in our research. But if it's working for your competitors and it's not working for you, maybe you need to look into the mirror and see the image that's being reflected and figure out why it's not working. Because if it's working for others, it will work for you. It's that simple. That's my view on this. But you let me know in the comment section below what you think. Am I being ludicrous? Am I being stupid? What are your thoughts? Because nothing else is like that for them. Well, it is, because it's working for other platforms. Some of them will have an iPhone. Some of them will have an Android. But all the games and everything is the same. I can still get to TikTok on both of them. At least for now. All of their stuff is available wherever they want. You can't compare the two segments like this to what is here. This is stupid. This is Phil really reaching now. I'm sorry. This is nonsense. My dude is earning a ridiculous amount of money to spout a bunch of trash that he thinks anyone is going to buy. This is garbage. I can't believe he's even talking about this. So for Xbox, our brand pivot, as we attract and mainstream relevance with a younger audience, is Xbox is a place where I can find great games I want to. But the problem is, you're also not getting some of the games that people do want. And that's a problem. But like I said, this research, whatever they're doing, is clearly bollocks, because you've already got 2 case studies out there where exclusives do sell the platform and do sell the consoles and do attract players. You've got Nintendo, who, in a weird way, they're always successful in whatever they do. It's crazy. But you've also got PlayStation. And sure, their financial status might not be great. And they may be lying about their console sales. Well, not maybe. They are lying about how many consoles they're selling. They're using shipped as a form of selling. But they are still a case study to look at in terms of a platform that has sold 50 million units, regardless of how you want to put it. You've got a console that's 250 quid, and you can't outsell a platform at 500-600 quid? You're doing something wrong. And to rely on this Gen Z research, that's just trash. But what do I know? You let me know what you think in the comment section below. Let's have that discussion, and I'll see you in the next one. Remain legend. All right. What's your thoughts on this? I mean, that is pure corpo talk trash, right? That is garbage. That is hot garbage. There's no 2 ways to put that. Right? What's your thoughts? Bold. What can I say? When you're correct, you're correct. Only reason it's not working for PlayStation is because they're high development costs. If they cut down, they'll be fine. 100% Arthur. They've got this weird complex into their head where everything has to be a $400 million game, and it doesn't have to be. If he's saying that, why is he wasting Xbox gamers instead of just going third party to make up the money he's worried about? That's the problem. That's the question right there, anime. At the end of the day, this right here is him basically using a whole bunch of words to say absolutely nothing, because he knows that ultimately he doesn't have an answer for it. Look at it. My brother, right? he's always bought a PlayStation. Always. PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2, 3, 4, and now 5. Never owned an Xbox. Never had interest in an Xbox. Ever. Right? He just doesn't like it. All the games he wants is on PlayStation. I don't even know him anymore. My bro is a proper pony. But hear me out. About a year ago, I went round his place, and his kid was playing. He bought his kid a Switch as well, right, for his birthday. And that was for Christmas. And I said, bro, why don't you get an Xbox Series S for your kid? I mean, he's like, he's young. He's like 7 years old. He doesn't know the difference between an X and an S, and he doesn't really care about frame rates. He just wants to play games. And he goes, why? I've already got a PS5. I've got the Switch. I can play whatever I want in there. And I said, yeah, but for £10 a month, or I said £10 a month back then. I said, for £10 a month, you get like 400 games. And I signed into my xCloud on his TV. And I said, look, we sideloaded xCloud onto his TV. And I said, hey, look, so I've paired up your PlayStation controller. It's all good. I can now play my Xbox games on your TV. But I said, obviously, you might not want to use this because, whatever reason. You might want the native experience. It's only 250 quid. It's not going to break your bank. So he asked me, what is Game Pass? And I said, it's a subscription service like Netflix, where you get a host of games that you can play every month. And they keep adding new games, and any new Xbox game that comes out day and date, you don't have to pay 70 quid for it. You can just get it on the sub-service and play it. Guess what? That weekend he went and bought an Xbox Series S for his kid. He bought a year's Game Pass, and he's been happy playing on all 3 platforms. He didn't know what Game Pass was. Right? I had to explain to him what Game Pass was, because there was nothing out there that explained what Game Pass was in the UK. No billboards, no TV adverts, no nothing. The only advert he saw was, you don't need to play Xbox, you don't need a TV to play Xbox. But he said, I don't have a Samsung TV, so I don't care. Because you can only do that with Samsung, so he was never interested. So even that advert made people turn away. Right? Even that advert made people turn away. Because if you don't have a Samsung TV, you can't get the apps on there natively. I've got an LG TV. It's a really old one, by the way. So I've actually got a Chromecast with Google TV. So I've sideloaded like my GeForce Now and xCloud apps onto it, and I can play on my TV, right? But you shouldn't have to do that. Why the hell are you making it exclusive to one brand of TV? Why? You turn around and say that you want a game everywhere. So I'm going to restrict my cloud gaming to one TV brand only and one model only. Phil Spencer, you're full of fucking shit. I hate exclusives, but I'm going to do the most exclusive thing ever. I'm going to make my cloud gaming work on one TV, one brand, one model. And on top of that, if you want to buy memory storage, I'm going to make sure that it's exclusive to one brand and one model only, so they can charge the living fuck out of you. I hate exclusives, guys. My dude is like a yo-yo. My dude is like a fucking yo-yo, right? Chaos, the only thing more Xbox can do, I set up a venue in malls and supermarkets and have someone explain. Dude, all they need to do is advertise on TV. I've seen some of their UK marketing advertising. I work for a digital agency. I've seen some of the work that comes out. It's shit, right? It doesn't explain fuck all. They don't even mention Game Pass. Like, really? They don't. It's almost like they're fucking scared. They do here in the UK. People do watch TV over here in the UK. But do you see what I'm saying? My dude says he doesn't like exclusives, yet he makes everything exclusive. Game Pass exclusive to Samsung TV only. Memory cards exclusive to Seagate or Western Digital, whichever the one it was, for like 5 years. So why are you making shit exclusive then if you don't like exclusive? Make it available to everyone so they can go and play it on wherever they want. When my brother saw Starfield, he was interested, but then saw that it was only on a Samsung TV. He just bought his $2,000 Sony TV. So he can't play it, so he gave up. He wasn't interested. Like, come on. Like, you can't be against exclusivity and then do the dumbest exclusive deals and say, I don't like exclusivity. You either get the fuck out of exclusivity or you go all in. You don't keep one leg in and one leg out and try to act like you're some kind of goody two-shoes in between the two. I'm sorry, this sort of thing really aggravates me. It irritates me because it's all just bullshit. It's all lies. It's all propaganda. They're just chatting rubbish to sway audiences. They're basically saying a whole bunch of stuff here that's for nothing. This notion that Xbox can only be on one device that plugs into the television isn't something we see in Gen Z research. Well, buddy, Gen Z doesn't go and buy stuff. I go and buy stuff. You think if my kid wants a game on Xbox, my 9-year-old is going to go and pay for it? No, I pay for it. And if I don't know what the hell it is, I ain't paying for it. This is just a whole bunch of nothing. And he's just using this. Now I understand what, where is it? Is this it? Now I understand what Gaz is saying here. I actually give the guy credit. Excuses. Until Nintendo and Sony start porting across their games, like Xbox is doing, these are all excuses to try and reconcile their few failures. Your Gen Z research files flies in the face of the success your competitors enjoy. 100%. He's not wrong. I thought he was, but this is bullshit. Right? Like, I've preferred Xbox and loved my Xbox since Halo. On OG Xbox. Literally, when I saw Halo, that was it. My PS2 went to the right. My Xbox went to the center stage. I still loved the original Xbox design. That thing was a brick. It even came with a warning that if it fell on you, it could actually kill you. That manual, I cherish because that's the only time I've ever seen something written like that. That was hilarious. But when I saw Halo for the first time, I was in love, man. That blew me away. That blew me away. And I've been an Xbox fan since. From the PS2 to the 360 era, playing, multiplayer with my friends for hours and on end. Black Ops was like my favorite game back then. We used to just play for hours at a time. I clocked in hundreds and hundreds of hours on that game. It was awesome. Ghost Recon Advanced Warfighter, Raw 1 and 2, great games. Splinter Cells, great games. A lot of these really good games that basically made the series, the 360 shine. The Xbox One, the Xbox OG shine. Don't give me none of this rubbish. Do you think it's time to change leadership? I don't know if it's time to change leadership, because I don't know, honestly, who's pulling the strings at Microsoft. Phil Spencer may be the CEO, right? But there are people way above his pay grade that could be dangling him like a puppet. And for all we know, things could get a lot worse if it wasn't for his influence in where he's standing is right now. But one thing I will say is that Microsoft themselves need to figure out what the hell they are trying to do, because they are contradicting themselves constantly, and it's getting boring. It's really getting boring, and they need to just come out and decide what it is that they want to do. But I mean, come on. I can still get TikTok on both of them. Guess what, buddy? I can get Call of Duty on both of them as well. Yay! Hey, Sully. Microsoft's higher ups putting pressure. They've sunk billions into Xbox for a decade now and haven't seen much in return. They haven't. Granted, I want her learning more than wasting her time as well. What the hell is this? Oh, piss off, Tim. I don't care. So this is the Chris Dring article video. That I released a video today. I'm not going to do a 27-minute monologue on this. We're just going to quickly go over it because I know some people wanted me to go over this. So let's just briefly go over it and we can move on.
I mean, obviously we've got... So the PS5 Pro is expected this year. We're expected an Xbox Series XS mid-gen refresh this year. So there'll be some new hardware in the market. New hardware usually gives a bit of a boost. But
well, it's interesting with Xbox because
I want to just add that something I didn't say in my video. I don't believe that mid-gen refreshes are needed. I think they are a way to extort more money for a platform that is clearly out of date. If you need to do a mid-gen refresh, it's telling you that you need to release a new console. Instead of, like, Sony have released the PlayStation 5, the Slim, now the PS Pro, and then they're going to go, that's 3 consoles. But if we're looking at what they've actually released, they've released a digital, non-digital, a Slim and a Slim Digital and a Disc Slim Digital. So that's 4 consoles. And then they're going to release the Pro, which will probably have a digital version and a non-digital. 6 consoles in one generation in the space of, what, 3 years? 3.5 years? That's crazy, right? But if you have to release, after 3-4 years, a Pro console, that's telling you that you've probably got to the point where your hardware just isn't good enough and you should be upgrading to the next generation. That's my opinion. And that's why I'm happy Xbox isn't doing it and they're going straight to the next gen. Because I think that's the better way to do it. I think releasing the handheld is a smart move. That will push it for a little bit longer. Just so people can play in their hands and play games in a different way. That's like a different market entirely. But I think the 2026 goal for Xbox for a new next generation console is the sweet spot. 5 years is already pushing it in my opinion. 4 years should be the standard. Technology is just moving too quickly. When you've got games running at 720p to try and hit 60 FPS, you know, you've got a problem there.
That's the other thing I heard. I heard it from a very prominent company and one not so prominent. Was Xbox's performance in Europe is just flatlining, and if you can follow our monthly coverage in the games market, you can see that Xbox sales are falling, and it's been falling. It fell all throughout last year, and it's falling even harder this year. The phrase one major company who released a big game last year said, "I don't know why we bothered supporting it." Wow. And it's we've already got. We mentioned in the previous podcast we'd heard that retailers.
Susano, no. Sony is still selling, you know, a good amount of consoles in the UK and in Europe. But Microsoft has been losing, in terms of console shares, like in terms of sales, they've been losing between 45% and 55% year on year in terms of like console sales. That's horrendous. No one in Europe is buying an Xbox because the majority of them don't even know one exists. I mean, that's honestly how I feel right now. Like, you go to someone and say, what's an Xbox? And they'll be like, a what now? An X what? And also, it's got stupid naming conventions. See, the one thing I like about PlayStation, right? And hear me out here. If I went to my dad and I said, Dad, which is better? A PlayStation 5 or a PlayStation 6? My dad's going to say 6 because it's a higher number. If I went to him and said, hey, Dad, which one's better? The Xbox Series S or the Xbox One S? Like, why do you have to make the naming convention so difficult? Just go Xbox, Xbox 2, Xbox 3, Xbox 4. You went from Xbox to Xbox 360 because you wanted to inhale, and then you went to Xbox One because you want it to be all in one. Like, everything is a fucking gimmick with these people. And then you went to Xbox Series X and S because there's two consoles. Hey, buddy, if you didn't realize, those are One S as well. So wasn't that a series as well?
In Europe were considering or
Nintendo's
had already been cutting back their Xbox stock on their shelves and whether that, hardware games, that kind of thing. And now you've got publishers, third-party publishers going, you know, this is we're putting a lot of effort trying to create a Series S version and an X version of a game, when to be honest with you, for us the market was PC and PS5.
Yeah.
Now, the thing here that is clear, Xbox has a lower market share. That's correct. But the most important thing is that as a publisher, you have to develop for two SKUs, and they have to be on parity. If they didn't have to be on parity, I don't think the Series S would ever have been a problem. Ever. In a million years, it would never have been a problem. They would have just removed certain features from the Series S. It would have been an inferior console. But do you know what? It's also a goddamn £250 console compared to the £500 I paid. I shouldn't have to get a worse experience because I'm having to cater for something that's half the performance. If you bought a 4090 graphics card, you wouldn't want to be, you wouldn't want your performance hampered because someone is running on an Intel onboard graphics card, right? You'd be saying, fuck that, I want things to be catered to my 4090. But no, you can't have the nice things on your 4090 because they need to work on that Intel integrated graphics chip, which will run games at 240p at 10 frames a second. So we need to make sure it's running on there first before you can have any features. That doesn't work for me.
Yeah.
And with Xbox putting some of the games on PS5, from what I understand, the majority of them will be coming across at some point, assuming, you know...
Okay, that's all bullshit. That's speculation. That's rubbish. That's his pony side coming out in full force. That's him basically saying, I wish they all came out because I love Microsoft games and I really want to play them on my PlayStation. That's what that translates to.
It progresses as Xbox believes it probably will. I think Xbox is in real trouble as a hardware manufacturer. And that was the thing that came out of GDC for me. Because I always just thought, I've always been the belief, it's the Game Pass delivery system, it's good, it's got a good UI, it's got a good controller, it's it's if you like Xbox games, it's probably the best way to play them, etc. I thought it would be fine, but then I didn't really factor in that some developers and publishers might just go, yeah, I don't, is there any point? And that is when you can lose it.
See, and what he's saying there, I think that right there is, in my opinion, something that I've been afraid of for a long time, right? And if you do not have enough console sales, publishers will look at that. That is the most important metric for a third-party publisher. How many consoles you've sold. And maybe they're looking at how many Series X consoles you've sold. And if from that 27 million, it's only, say, 10 million or 12 million, that reduces the market even more, right? Maybe they're not interested in the Series S, and they'll make it work on the Series S, but ultimately it's for the Series X that they're factoring in. That market is too small. And that's the only market that they care about. They don't care about Game Pass. They don't care about PC Game Pass. They don't care about the cloud. All they care about is the console quantity sold. And I think that's what a lot of people are not seeing. And if that number is too low and the return of interest on that number isn't deemed worthy of it, then third-party publishers will start skipping Xbox. Really is that simple.
And they're talking about releasing more powerful hardware and next generations of devices, but they need to make sure that, that it makes sense for studios to continue to make versions of their games for that system. I know they'll be on PC architecture. It's probably not too much work, but it's that was the other thing I kept hearing out of GDC was what the hell is going on with Xbox? Because of course, from an Xbox perspective, it's all about growing the market through its through other platforms and services and stuff like that. It
like
isn't
PC
all about the box under the TV. And in fact, the box under the TV is probably a very small part of their business. Well, it is a very small part of their business, but from their partner perspective, it's a key element of their business.
That's it. From their partner perspective, what Microsoft sees as a small part of the business, for their partners, that is the most important point. For Capcom, how many consoles sold means their audience. And if that audience isn't big, the return of interest is going to be harder to hit. And at that point, it becomes a question of, will I recuperate the development cost that I'm doing importing this over to Xbox? And if the answer is a question mark, then they have to question, is it worth putting that game on Xbox? And then, if the answer is, the chances of us making our money is not great unless we put it on Game Pass, they'll go to Microsoft. And if Game Pass says no, then there's a good chance that they can actually turn around and say, you know what, well, we're not going to release this game unless Microsoft is going to fund some of the project. Spearhead some of the money to reduce our risk. And if Microsoft is willing to do that, happy days. If they're not, then you'll start to see more games skipping Xbox. But that is the danger of third party. This is why it's important to sell consoles.
Business. And I think that I'll be interested to hopefully speak with Xbox at some point and see what their plan is. And
definitely
what
not speak to you, buddy. Definitely not speak to you.
That'd be a really interesting conversation to have. I mean, kind of backing up what you've been hearing at GDC. Like, I had a press release over the weekend from an indie studio, essentially apologising to the Xbox community for not producing. Essentially, this game came out and they mentioned it might be on Xbox, and apparently this game has just come out and it's not on Xbox, and they've said, well, we couldn't do it. We couldn't it's all a cost, isn't it? Particularly for smaller studios, it's a cost, creating a whole other version for a whole other platform, even if that platform is similar to PC or similar architecture. It's still costs and time and energy that goes into that pour. And if you're not convinced you're going to get the return on that, then as you said, they're going to focus on PC, PS5. Some studios, particularly indies, might even focus on Switch before Xbox, because the audience is so small. The audience for Xbox is so small compared to PlayStation and even Nintendo. It's going to be really intriguing to see what Xbox does, because as you say, they're talking about, they're already dropping hints about their next gen console, but you need this one to still have a decent audience.
And this is what I was saying in my video, right? Hey, Steve, how's it going? Hey, don't be stupid. And this is what I was saying in my video, right? That I released earlier today. 2024 is an amazing year for Xbox. They have so many good games coming out this year. They've got Final Fantasy XIV that just released as for the first time on Xbox. Fantastic game. It's going to hopefully get some players going. It won't sell consoles. You've got Diablo 4 coming to Game Pass, which I think is huge. That's the first game to make its journey over. That's big. That's in 2 days. You've got Hellblade 2 landing in, a month or so. That's going to be a really big turning point for Microsoft. They really need that to stay home. You've got Avowed, Indiana Jones, Towerborn. You've got Hinterberg. You've got Ara. You've got Call of Duty. You've got Microsoft Flight Sim. You've got a bunch of other games that I genuinely can't remember right now that are still coming to Xbox this year. Then you've got games that are arriving next year, potentially with the likes of Perfect Dark and Fable. But then you've got the 2026 lineup, which is probably going to include the new Halo, the new Gears, Blade. So you want to build that momentum up this year, which will drive it into next year. And then when you're releasing your next generation console in 2026, you have a home run. You have a slam dunk because you've got the software to back up the console on launch day. And so when people go and see, man, this has got Halo on launch, it's got Gears on launch, it's going to have a Forza on launch, it's going to have Blade on launch, you're spoilt for choice. But you need to build that momentum. 2024, in my opinion, is a must. You know, this is their best year to turn the ship around. This is their year. You know, when Sony can only rely on third-party exclusives, Microsoft should be going to these third-party studios and saying, hey, look, guys, I want those games. I don't care what I have to pay. I want those games exclusive on Xbox. Make it happen. Here's the money. Make it happen. Then you've got all those first-party games coming along as well. You can basically... They have the potential to have the best year that they possibly can have going forward from quarter 2 to quarter 4. There is nothing stopping them from being able to right this ship outside of their own desire to make it work. GTA 6 I can see being pushed back to 26. I've heard they're having severe problems, and from what I've heard internally, 25 might not even happen. They're having a lot of problems at the moment in keeping up with that deadline. Smacking. I'm trying to appeal to Arthur. You know, he tried to say some simpy things to me earlier, so I'm just trying to make it work. He may start tipping me. Can you believe the Jim Rail got a bobblehead? Ah, that's funny. That's funny. That's funny. Well, we know how you like your waifu, Steve. So I can totally see that. Xbox probably sees how doing that is affecting Sony. Blade Xbox only would be pretty massive too, with some Xbox Blade editions. Like they've got, like, this year is their year, right? If there ever was a year where Microsoft could turn the ship around and smash it out the park, sell another 10 million consoles, this is the year. This is it. This is their time. This is their time to shine, and they just need to, you know, put the effort into to make it happen.
I mean, it's
Before
not,
you can sell another one.
I know it's not their priority, but obviously they are transitioning as a business away from one business to another, and that transition, you know, you don't want to...
The media can do what they want. It's not down to the media. The new Call of Duty is coming at the end of the third quarter of the year. The media can't stop it. What are they going to say? Hey, Capcom, make sure you don't take this this huge briefcase of money that Microsoft's coming with and make the game exclusive. What do you think Capcom's going to turn around and say? We don't like money? You know, if Microsoft want to buy exclusive rights for a year or two, they can do that. Sony does it all the time, and no regulators can stop them because it's a third-party contract. It's competition. They're not buying the studio. They are making a third-party contract. They just need to go and do it. That's it.
Kill off your old business too quickly in favour of the new one. I'm sure they've got a plan. It's Xbox. You know, they've got a lot of staff, a lot of talented developers. But it's interesting. I was watching Michael Pactor's podcast, and he was talking about how it's all about Game Pass for Xbox. Yeah, I actually was hearing that that Microsoft's putting a little bit less focus on Game Pass. So who knows? I think they'll tell you it's a bit of everything, and it probably is. So there was a lot of that. I actually felt the news was around GDC was quite positive. Like I know not a lot of it was GDC necessarily, but the So
the aspect of Game Pass being quietly spoken about, I think is coming from the whole, you know, the news that Microsoft is changing the way it's doing its cloud. It's doing it in a way where when you buy the game digitally, it will now be available on your cloud to play, not just on Game Pass. So maybe that's what he's referring to. That's the only thing I can think of, because cloud is a huge aspect of what they're doing. I mean, small publishers have been pulling out left, right, and center, but big ones, outside of Monster Hunter Stories, I haven't really heard of anything else. I know the Ys games have also been few and far between, but that's there's not been that many, but there's been enough to get annoying. How Sony will only have the new COD. I don't think Sony has the marketing rights anymore, so it's going to be interesting to see how that's going to work. They need good games and less talking. Did someone say Chris Dring Twitter account is gone? Did someone actually say that? I swear I saw that somewhere. Susano, what is it what I said? You called them innovators, and innovators rarely are the ones earning off of their innovations. Who did I call innovators? It's here. No, I get that, but Microsoft is always trying to push the trend. They always want to be the first to claim credit. But being the first doesn't always mean you're going to be the most successful. Just look at Android and Apple. Android is always the first with new features. Apple looks at it and then refines it and releases something better. And it's always been that way. That Will Smith game was something different. It wasn't what you think it is. So have you heard of this DirectSR API? I think this is kind of cool. I know they're saying, oh dear, but people are totally missing the purpose of this. And it's actually quite interesting. Because what this is set to do is make a universal set of instructions where if you incorporate this into your games, it will utilize FSR and DLSS, all at, depending on which one you're using, without the developers having to make DLSS and FSR work on your games. All you need to do is natively make DirectSR work, incorporate it into your game, and you can do this post-production as well, so you can add it after on older games. And it will then look at the libraries for FSR and DLSS and pull in what it needs and give you a better performance. I think this is actually really, really cool. I mean, no one knows what PSSR is, so. I mean, all you need to do, like as they're saying here, within it, all you need to do is enable the correct thing. So you've got, as long as these are enabled, the game will look at it and just make it work. This works with FSR and NVIDIA. Do you think the smaller devs just want the Game Pass back? Yes. They do, Jay. Because if they get the Game Pass bag, it removes all risk. So even if they don't sell a single copy, their development cost is covered. And if their development cost is covered, they haven't lost any money. So this is actually really cool tech. But obviously people are already looking down on it because the byline reads that it's bad. Like this byline here is based on FSR 222. And people generally don't understand what the hell they're reading anyway. But DirectSR API seeks to make upscaling easier. And all it's doing is it's basically like a div, a housing, where you put the calls in for FSR and DLSS. And when your game calls on the relevant calls to make the game work better, run better, and just activate the right API calls, it's done for you automatically through DirectSR. So it's even less work for developers to make this work. If somebody wants a lot of views, do a Xbox is a joke video, you're welcome. No, I'm not going to do that. Look, Square will sell off their IP to whoever they want that makes most money. At the end of the day, Microsoft was offered Final Fantasy 16 first and they turned it down. That's a Microsoft problem and not a Square problem. I mean, there is that too, Steve. There is that too. I agree with that. Gaming S Trush, have a good night, my dude. Oh, Final Fantasy 14 is carrying them hard. No mistake. You know, that is very, very true. This is a 10-minute video that someone sent me from Destin. Do you guys want to check it out? Or have you already seen it? I could react to it. Series X and Series S getting DirectSR, yes. You do? Okay, let's do it. I actually would like to get Destin on my show. Just a heads up. Next week, Tuesday, I'm going to have a thing up so we can, a placeholder up so you guys can all just click on that bell so you're notified. But next week, Tuesday, Paris is going to be on the show and we are going to be talking all things Xbox. It's going to be a free-flowing discussion and, we're just going to be discussing all things Xbox. So hopefully it's going to be a good discussion. But we'll have Paris on the show next week. And I'm going to see if I can get Destin on the show one time. Alright. So, let's react to this video. Here we go. An Xbox handheld may be coming and a new console.
Not only has new Xbox hardware apparently been seen in the wild in the form of an SDK kit, but in addition, Jez Corden over at Windows Central is reporting that Xbox is testing out a few new handheld models. So, maybe Xbox has some new hardware on the way that we're all going to see sooner rather than later.
So I think we're going to see it in the showcase this June.
So the long and the short of it is that this comes from Jez Corden, and he talked about it during the Xbox 2 podcast. But about a week ago, we also got news about a new piece of hardware coming from Xbox in the form of an SDK. Now, a software development kit is what developers use to develop games. And apparently this has been spotted from Xbox Korea out in the wild and discussed a little bit. Here's what we know so far. So this is what Jez Corden said on the Xbox 2 podcast. I know that their Xbox have got handheld prototypes right now. Corden soon clarified that these are new prototypes and not the old prototypes often referred to. As pointed out in the podcast, prototypes don't necessarily mean that new products are coming to market, but Xbox pursuing a handheld isn't at all surprising. Corden later said, no, not a cloud handheld, a fully native Xbox handheld.
So this is where it's really important, and this is where Microsoft will have that USP in the handheld PC market. If it runs native Xbox games, that will make it instantly more lucrative than the other PC handhelds. If it can also have a Windows operating system on there as well, meaning it can run, your Steam library, your Epic library, it basically makes the Steam Deck almost obsolete. And the only other ones that can remotely compete with it, the Lenovo and the Asus ROG, are the only two real ones that can actually stand. But even they will not have the ability to run native Xbox games. And as long as the Xbox Surface handheld, I keep calling it that, is powerful enough, where it's more powerful than they are, there's absolutely no reason why you wouldn't pick the the Xbox handheld over the others, because it's just going to have better power, better performance, and a native Xbox built in. I guess the price is going to be the key factor.
Idea of Xbox getting into the mobile market is a really exciting one for me, honestly, because I think it is somewhere that a lot of people have hoped that Xbox would at least try out. And with the ROG Ally and some of the other hardware devices like the Steam Deck obviously seeing success, it seems like a market that is really receptive to new devices. And seeing that Xbox has PC Game Pass as part of their initiative, I would imagine that this could do quite well for Microsoft, especially if they had fewer barriers than the Steam Deck. I just installed Windows on my Steam Deck, and while it's not too painful, imagine that Microsoft came along and released a handheld that actually just ran Windows and you could kind of do whatever you want with it. I do think there are a lot of possibilities. I do also think that they would lock it down, but I'm excited about the potential of an Xbox handheld. I think anybody getting into the handheld market would be interesting at this current juncture. My hair is a little crazy. We've got more to come, and this is what Sarah said on the official Xbox podcast in 2024. We've got more to come. There's some exciting stuff coming out in hardware that we're going to share this holiday. We're also invested in the next generation roadmap. What we're really focused on there is delivering the largest technical leap you will have ever seen in a hardware generation, which makes it better for players and better for creators and the visions that they're building. Now, if you'll remember, Sarah Bond teased what sounds like two different pieces of hardware. One that we're going to hear about by this holiday, potentially this handheld device that Jez Corden is talking about, and Sarah Bond seems to be indicating that there is new hardware. You start putting two and two together and you start thinking, hey, maybe they got something really cool planned for us this holiday in the form of a handheld. I would love to hear what you think about it in the comments below. Of course, after you hit that like button and hit that subscribe button.
See, I think waiting till the end of the year is a dumb move. I think when they're doing their game showcase this June, that is when they should be doing this, right? They shouldn't, obviously it's not going to be on sale in June, but they should be showing it in June. And if they plan to release it by the end of the year, happy days. But show it off in June, build hype, build excitement, get momentum, get people behind it. They need to build interest. The mood around Xbox is not the greatest, and people need to be hyped about stuff. Pushing this out, in June for the June showcase, in terms of just showing the hardware. You don't even have to show games on it. Just show what it looks like. And that will, on its own, be enough to build hype. You'll just see the buzz that's going to be around everywhere for Xbox, just by seeing the hardware. That's all it takes. And then have it released at the end of the year.
And if you're already not subscribed, but if you like this type of content, definitely don't forget
GTA
to do
6.
that. Seriously, though, that means Xbox not only has a handheld on the way, but they are also working on new hardware that was originally targeting, I believe 2026 was the date off the top of my head, but with GTA 6 slipping to late 2025 based on, rumors and conjecture that we've heard, I am curious if Xbox is curious about ramping up that schedule to make sure that they get in on that GTA 6 market. We know that the Switch 2 has slid now to 2025. We know that the PS5 Pro is likely this holiday season. If Microsoft's answer to that this holiday is a handheld, I think that's a really, really smart move. Now, the problem with the PlayStation 5 Pro is that Digital Foundry and other technical analysts are saying, hey, this likely wouldn't push GTA 6 to 60 frames per second and would likely be locked to 30. So while you would get visual enhancements and such, it's going to be a lot harder sell. Now, if Microsoft manages to get in there and the game runs better on whatever the new Xbox box ends up being, that is a market of people that I think you could actually sell to. GTA 6 is big enough that it can literally make or break a console.
Now, what I want to add to this that maybe some of you aren't aware, when the 360 launched, it enjoyed 32 months as the best-selling console. 32 months. And then GTA 5 came along and Sony got some marketing rights on there where they could brand their their console boxes with GTA 5. It was basically marketing rights, right? They got some marketing rights to brand their boxes. That was the first time that Sony, for the PS3, outsold after 32 months. They outsold the 360. That is the power of GTA. So if Microsoft can get any leverage for GTA 6, be it marketing, be it performance, anything over PlayStation, it's going to sell consoles. It's that simple. That is how big GTA is. I don't think any game should be that big, but that is how big it is. And he's on the money there. Was it GTA 4? It could have been GTA 4. Yeah, GTA 4, sorry. Not GTA 5. GTA 4. But, fun fact, I think it was GTA 3 that Microsoft got offered the marketing rights to and they turned it down.
But time will tell if they end up releasing anything, and we still don't know concrete what PlayStation has in terms of hardware, though we have seen some leaked specs. You can check out my video on that on the channel. So to lend a little bit more credibility to all of this, Phil Spencer has talked about the idea of a handheld. Perhaps that unique hardware is an Xbox handheld. We see a lot of opportunity in different types of devices. And we'll share specifics on our future hardware plans as soon as we are ready, says Microsoft in an Xbox blog post today. So they are coming up with new hardware. That is their own studio talking about making new hardware. There have been persistent rumors of an Xbox handheld, and Spencer has been liking posts on X that mention the possibility of this hardware. I'm a big fan of handhelds, says Spencer. I'm a big fan, but nothing to announce. He does admit that there's still a lot of work to do on the Windows side for handheld gaming PCs. One of the weak points in the experience on an ROG or the Lenovo Legion Go is Windows, says Spencer. How Windows works on controller input only on that kind of DPI on a smaller 8 or 7-inch screen. That's a real design point that our platform team is working with Windows to make sure that the experience is even better. So Microsoft is already in talks with the top manufacturers to ensure that their games are running better on these devices that have the potential to install Windows or have Windows installed. Now, Steam Deck currently is like king of the crop. They've really hit a really sweet spot in terms of what that device can do. Some games that are poorly optimized, like Dragon's Dogma 2, don't run very well on it, but being able to play something like Baldur's Gate 3 or Cyberpunk on the go, or any of the Steam Deck verified games, I actually don't know if Cyberpunk's Steam Deck verified, but it's really, really cool. And if Microsoft comes along and they have something that's a little bit more powerful, something that can compete with Nintendo, like Nintendo doesn't have to be cream of the crop. They have their Pokemon answer in the form of Pal World, so they have sort of at least one IP that people could play on the go. And man, I don't know. I'm really excited about the potential of an Xbox handheld personally.
And that's it, right? You know, it's the reach that a handheld could make. You know, you could have a Halo edition, a Pal World edition, a Forza edition, a Gears edition. You could pretty much, if the price is right, you could have multiple different editions of these. It actually works. But I think this is like a really good move. But in terms of GTA 6, I've heard it's actually going to get pushed into 2026. So we'll see how true that is because of development hell that they're still undergoing. But I've heard it's actually going to get pushed into 26. They don't feel, from what I've heard, they don't think that they're going to make 25. If that's the case, I wonder if it's development hell that's actually causing this, or crunch, or whatever you want to call it. Or if it's Microsoft saying, I want you to make sure this works on the next Xbox platform. Speculations are a bitch, right?
Now, in addition to all of this, though, there has been an Xbox dev kit that we know is called the Xbox Console Model 2089. Now, that's largely all we know about it, but let's dive into a few of the posts about this. So,
apparently, King David has seen the development kit, according to what he said. Not sure how true that is, but yeah.
I believe this came from Xbox Korea recently, and I'm going to go to the Idle Sloth post. So Idle Sloth, there's this screenshot of it, and it says, Microsoft's new Xbox Dev Kit XDK console was certified by the National Radio Research Agency in Korea today. This means that you can use the device in Korea and likely to be distributed to game developers in the country soon. And that was from Xbox Korea News.
That was the Xbox One XDK, by the way. Did you guys ever see the PS2 or the PS3 XDK? My God, the PS3 one was massive!
And then Windows Central discussed it. A new Xbox dev kit was just certified in South Korea. Could this be an Xbox Pro? Honestly, I really, really hope it is, because there are all these rumors about a PlayStation 5 Pro that will be CPU limited in some respects. At least that's what I understand from the analyst perspective, from the people like Digital Foundry are saying, hey, look, like you're still going to get CPU bottleneck with this thing. So if Xbox comes along and they have a better box that has a little bit more wiggle room, maybe we can see what some of these games can do on that platform.
Now, what I've been told from a source of mine is that the XDK that has been registered is in fact the handheld, and I'm also aware of 3 publishers now that do have the handheld. Well, what I've been told, take it with a grain of salt. I can't verify this because I haven't seen any documents, so take it with a grain of salt. That 3 publishers have now got a version of an XDK for the handheld device.
Going back to the Windows Central piece, could this be the new Pro version? What you should know. I like this bullet point thing they do, by the way. It's great. A new Xbox dev kit has passed the certification process in South Korea as of March 18th. The National Radio Agency checks all electronic devices for use in Korea. The agency has previously checked the Xbox One X and the Xbox Series X and S. It's not known what this kit is for. It could be an Xbox handheld, all digital Xbox Series X, Xbox Series Pro, or something else entirely. So regardless what it is, it's new hardware. I doubt this is like some new iteration of the current SDK. This is much more interesting because it did need to get certified.
It can't be. It's not going to be the all digital, because that's going to be the same hardware. So there's no reason to make a new XDK for that, because it's running on the same hardware. Microsoft already said they're not doing a Pro, so that's out of the question. I don't think they're in a position right now to have a fully enabled dev kit for their next generation console. That will likely arrive by the end of the year to publishers. They usually get it about a year before. Just like when I was working at Sega, when we got our dev kits like roughly about a year before. Maybe 14, 15 months before. So it's all indications are pointing that it is the handheld, but I have been, like I said, told that the handheld XTK is in the hands of certain publishers right now.
So all electronic devices do need to get certified, and the main thing is if they get in there in time for GTA 6, they could have a winner on their hands. I think it's a really smart strategy. I want to hear what you think about it, though, in the comments below. Hit that subscribe button, hit that bell to know my comments.
And that's it. That's the video. I think it was a good video. I think it was solid. We all know there's a new console coming, but that's, a ways away. It really depends how powerful this handheld is going to be. Obviously, someone said it needs to have cloud enabled, and it will have cloud enabled. So, yeah. It's going to be interesting. Very, very interesting. But I do hope that we get to see it, at least something of it, in June. I don't want to wait until the end of the year to see it. I'm kind of tired of being told to wait and wait and wait. We've waited a decade. We shouldn't need to wait anymore. But anyway, folks, that's this reaction video. Let me know what you think in the comment section below. Are you excited for the handheld? Are you excited for the new console? Let me know in the comment section below, and I'll see you in the next one. Remain legend. Okay, that's stop recording. What was it? Someone said, Derek, at the end of the day, people need to tell people to subscribe or hit that like button because people don't do it. And half the people that don't do it generally forget to do it. And when they're prompted, they click it. It works. That is why they do it, And by people subscribing and clicking that like button, the algorithm looks at that and sees people are enjoying that video. That video or that stream then goes out to other, it goes out to a wider audience. And this is already being tested and proven. So, there's a reason why they do it. It's to grow their channel, to grow their audience, and to get their content pushed to a wider audience. Well, the hardware kits generally are going to have more resources on there, but they're going to have, like the Xbox Series dev kit, it had a Series S spec that you could switch to and a Series X spec that you could switch to, and then a non-series spec which allowed developers to make for it, and then they could basically downscale it to get it to work on each one. And honestly, that's why people constantly say like and subscribe. Or, like I set like a challenge of, sometimes 200 likes, 300 likes. At the end of the day, the more likes the video gets, the more views it's going to get. The more views it gets, the more your channel grows. The more subscribers you get. And, to make videos can take anywhere from 10 minutes. Like, this video would have taken me, I've still got to go and edit this, but it can take anywhere from, 20, 30 minutes to 3-4 hours. So it's a lot of time to actually make a video, and so you want to get rewarded for it. So I get it. But that's why I'm also like really grateful to those people that are members on my channel. It really helps what I'm doing, and it helps me, to continue doing what I'm doing. What about a foothold? What's a foothold? Really hope they don't waste time doing a Pro. Just give us a powerful handheld, then build a banging next-gen hybrid console. I think that's what they're doing, Steve. That makes more sense to me. So many of you might have seen this. I was supposed to release this video earlier today, but it turned out I'd released the other one earlier on. So This one will probably be for tomorrow. It looks like there will, the Final Fantasy IX remake that Karim has gone about and talked about and said it's definitely coming to Xbox. I do genuinely believe it is coming to Xbox. But, Final Fantasy XIV director Naoki Yoshida has said that the reason for many references to Final Fantasy IX in the upcoming expansion is a secret, and there's a 99% chance accuracy that it's basically talking about the remake, and that's probably going to be announced soon at some point, because it's been the speculation for this is more rife than anything I've seen. But I do believe that this one will be on Xbox. I can't see this one not being on Xbox. It doesn't have the fandom that 7 has and the connection that Square Enix has to 7. Not Square Enix, Sony has to 7. Final Fantasy 7 and PlayStation have had that symbiosis for a long time, since the PlayStation 1 days. So that actually has sentimental meaning for Sony. So they are willing to pay above the odds to make sure that doesn't go anywhere. But with Final Fantasy 9, I just don't see that. I don't. So I'm pretty confident that this will be appearing on Xbox at some point. Whenever it comes out, day and date. I agree, Derek. I agree. When I played 7, I actually played 7 when I finished Halo 1. And I was not as impressed as other people. I didn't see what people saw in it. I thought it was a good game, but I thought it was overrated. But that leads us to this one over here. Yoshi P again, Mr. Yoshi, who decided to delay Final Fantasy XIV because of Elden Ring DLC by a week, 7 days, which is a week, which is amusing, but there you go. Yoshi P teases putting Final Fantasy XVI on other platforms. It's not over in the sense that we have the PC version. Once the PC version is released, we're thinking about hopefully moving to other platforms as well. If it's going to PC, I reckon they can quite easily port that over to Xbox from just using the PC code, because PC will run it on DirectX, Xbox uses DirectX U, so that conversion becomes a lot more simpler. So once the PC version is done, the Xbox version shouldn't be too far behind. So 9 and 16 I can see coming to Xbox relatively almost guaranteed. Now what Microsoft want to do is go and money hat Final Fantasy 17. That's what they want to do. They want to money hat that one and make it Xbox exclusive. Try and get it as a launch title for the new Xbox next-gen hardware. That will be crazy. Can you imagine Microsoft coming out next-gen and saying, right, our next-gen hardware, we've got a new Halo, got a new Gears, got a new Forza, we've got Blade, we've got Final Fantasy 17. I mean, how cool would that launch be? Right? How cool would that launch be? Have they even started 17 yet? My guess is they probably already have. Devastator! You're in the US on vacation? Nice. I was wondering where you were. I actually really like 16. I'm either going to be playing 16 or 14 tomorrow. You guys can give me a suggestion in chat. I'm quite far in 16, so either I'm going to finish that or I'm going to try and catch up with 14 to get up to date with the storyline. Potentially, it's still selling 3 to 5 million, so it's still got a good amount of sway. But the thing is, they are selling consoles. There are people, albeit only 3 or 4 people I know, that actually went and bought out a PlayStation 5 just to be able to play Final Fantasy VII, because they finally realized it's not coming to Xbox. So they just decided, fuck it, that's it, I'm done, I can't wait anymore. They went and bought a PS5 just for that game. That's the type of, it really doesn't matter if it's, how many, the total amount, but if it's shifting consoles, those are the type of games that Xbox needs. Devil May Cry or Hi-Fi Rush gameplay is better than 16. I like the story in 16. And gameplay is fine. I mean, Hi-Fi Rush is different. It's a rhythm-based game, and I really like Hi-Fi Rush. But yeah. Just chicken to try and get a Game Pass back, to be honest. What chicken? What do you mean, Sully? Devastator, we're watching it this weekend. Me and the missus are watching it this weekend. We've made plans for it. And so, hopefully Sunday, I can give you my verdict on what I think of it. But it's definitely on my to-do list this Saturday. Final Fantasy XIV story is amazing. It's, in my opinion, it's the best storyline in all Final Fantasy. But that's just me. You bought the PS5 for Demon Souls? It happens. Yeah. Why do you think they turned down Final Fantasy 16? Honestly, I think they turned it down because Square Enix asked for a lot of money. And they wanted Microsoft support. See, with Final Fantasy 16, Square Enix didn't build it themselves. Sony had to step in and provide a lot of dev support for the game. And I just don't think that Microsoft wanted to provide that dev support. That's it. I'm going to buy the new Mana game just to support it, if nothing else. Never been a huge fan of the series, but I'll buy it just to support it. I mean, you've only seen the whole. It was bad. That scene was bad. Like bad in a good way, but bad. I'm happy she got what was coming to her. Once Xbox got Final Fantasy 14, that's all the Final Fantasy I need. Are you playing on the EU servers or the NA servers, JB? Not that it matters. We can always meet on the C servers, but yeah. But huge 14 fan, you know, I am pretty biased towards that. I've been playing it since 1.0. Since the very beginning. So, is anyone interested in Grounded Fully Yoked? If 16 went all platforms, it'd be well over 10 million by now, possibly. I agree, Devastator. I agree. 100%. Waiting for it to drop. I mean, this is the only place you can actually get the disc edition. I'm really sad because limited run games is only available, is basically in the US. And, you know, they charge like £30 to have it delivered to the UK. I can't justify that delivery charge. I can't justify it. I just can't do it. You know, it'll probably be cheaper for someone to buy it. It'll probably be cheaper for someone in the US to buy it, have it delivered to them, and then they send it to me. The delivery charge would actually be cheaper. But they charge a stupid amount to deliver to the UK. And I can't justify, you know, paying the same delivery charge as the game. Oh, Final Fantasy XI. I really want to go back to that game. Dude, JB, I want to go back to that game. That's not illegal at all, Susano. I import stuff all the time. Hell, I remember when the US currency was so bad at the time with the PS3 launch. The PS3 in the UK was, I think, £600. I imported the US version because I wanted my US PS2 games to work on the backwards compatible. And because the exchange rate of the pound was so high at the time, I think I paid like £320 for it. I saved like 280 quid. That was peak saving right there. Wait, there will never, ever, 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 ever be an MMO like Final Fantasy XI. Ever. The story in 14 is better. Fine. Except for Chains of Promathia. Promathia was peak. Chains of Promathia, the Mir Towers, yeah, that was peak. That was peak. For me too, man. For me too. You see what a really good game can do, chat? JB now is going to join my Discord and we're going to talk about all the good times that we experienced in Final Fantasy XI. Ain't that right, JB? Ain't that right? You're not going to leave me hanging now, are you? You're not going to leave me hanging, right? But that will really hurt my feelings. I think 11 was more like a cult favorite, sort of like Phantasy Star. I mean, it's still like the servers are still active right now. Time I log off then. The servers are still active right now. Rank the top 5 best FF games chaos in order from 1 to 5. It's a touch and go between. I think the story in 14 is better, but the gameplay in 11 is better. So I'd probably have to go 14 as my first, 11 as second, or joint first. I think 10 would be my third. I really liked 13. I don't know why people hated that game. I didn't care for the linearity. I thought the game was really good. And I guess the last one is I'm going to go 6 instead of 12. I normally would have went 12. But I only really... The reason why I liked 12 was because it was made by the same development team that made 11. And I guess the nostalgia won me over with 12. So there was that. But I think I'm going to go with 6. And then it would be 7. No, actually, 8 I think was a better game than 7. I mean, how many here liked Final Fantasy VIII? Because Final Fantasy VIII was great. I really enjoyed it. That ending blew my mind. Of course, I mean, 7 just didn't do it for me, but 8 really was good. I liked that when I got to, I think it was was it the Devil Island? That was peak. Drawing that magic was hella good. Squall. Speak to the wall. I mean, the junction system was designed for PC, right? But, on the back of this is amazing. Guys, I really want this. I really, really want this. I don't know why I want this, but I really, really, really want this. That is just a great collector's edition. Who died? You thought the Squall was dead? Right. They can't do an 8 remake. They don't have the files. You scumbag, Steve! How much is it? How much is it? Yeah, continue. $125. Is that the Xbox edition? That's a Switch. That's the PS5, and that's the Xbox edition. How much is shipping? I mean, it can't be that much. It's $125. That's like £100. What are they doing? Charging you $50 for shipping? Are they charging you £50 for shipping? That's crazy. But guess who does have the files? But yeah, I thought this was a good way to finish up the stream. Like, if I didn't buy this for $200, I would have got it. But I paid $200 for this. And you know what? I have no regrets. None whatsoever. I got my minion. I got my in-game earring. I'm going to get my statue. I'm going to get all my lovely little collectibles. And when I move into my new place, I'm going to have all the 14 statues stacked together. No regrets whatsoever. Yeah, I've got the Starfield Collector's Edition. That earring, additionally, the earring grants 30% increased XP gain by defeating enemies. When worn, perfect for leveling your jobs to level 90. It will help immensely when I'm dungeon farming and doing that shit. So, you know, it basically applies a 30% bonus at all times to you. And if you eat food, you can get that up to like 32, 34%. It's great. It's only a pre-order item, like I said at the start of the stream. So if you are interested in grabbing this, this is something that you... Like, if you're ever interested in playing 14, you might be interested in pre-ordering just to grab this. It's worth it. You don't have to get the collector's edition. It's just a pre-order bonus. This mount is from Final Fantasy IX. But yeah, these are part of the collector's edition. Mate, I've used that code the moment it fucking went in. But what I am going to do is start... I'm looking to get some like you know, like the humble bundle games. So they do like good charity work. So I'm going to buy some of those and then do some giveaways during these streams of games from Humble Bundle. So do keep out for that. So, like, every time we hit 1,000 subscribers, I'll be doing a giveaway of a number of games from the Humble Bundle deals. So there's an incentive to people to subscribe, like now, to do it. You should do it, like right now. It's totally worth it. But there still begs the question tomorrow. I do want to stream tomorrow, play some games. Unless, like, there's any breaking news, which I'll cover. And again, next week, Tuesday, we've got Paris here, where we'll be talking all thing gaming. Thursday's the next stream, where we'll be doing another podcast-style interaction. But I'm looking to either continue 16 or 14 tomorrow. Which do you prefer to see? Or just let me know in Discord. Yeah, the only other thing I had was Reforged talking about 30 FPS. But I don't know if anyone wants to listen to this bellend. Does anyone want to listen to this guy? Fucking Kong. Oh, shit! Guys! I forgot. I totally forgot. But I need... I'm going to continue the 7 playthrough, Sully. I'm just trying to get through 16 real quick because I'm at the end. And with 14, I need to finish the main campaign for 6. I'm on 6.4 right now. I need to do the 6.4 storyline and the 6.5 storyline before June the 29th. On June the 29th, we get early access to Dawntrail. And me and my friend have this kind of ritual thing where we pretty much spend 10-15 hours a day playing through the campaign of the new expansion. It usually takes roughly about 2-3 days. So generally we start on Friday. We play on all day Friday, all day Saturday, all day Sunday. Hopefully we can finish it by Sunday. If we can't, it bleeds into Monday sometimes. But we pretty much play non-stop almost, with just a few hours separated for having some rest to sleep. But we've done that since Stormblood. And so we're going to do that again this year. So hopefully you'll enjoy that when it comes along. It's been a blast for the last 3 times we've did it over the past years. And people have generally enjoyed the storyline, the discussions and everything else. So hopefully you'll enjoy that. But something I wanted to mention, because I haven't forgot, but I've been meaning to tell you guys, you still have, you met your goal for the Super Chats last time and you haven't suggested a game to play. Now, I'm a little tied up at the moment with things that I need to get done in order to be ready for Dawntrail. So I'm doing that as I've got to get through that as priority at the moment. With Final Fantasy VII, I haven't actually progressed through the game. I'm still on Chapter 2. So I'm pretty much going to play that on stream with you guys and do the stuff on stream and play through it. I might do some of the boring side quests myself once we open it up a little bit. But in terms of the actual story, I'm going to keep those located for the streams. But what game? Think about it. And the next stream, we can piss off Steve. Think about it. You still have a token to thing. I don't want anyone thinking that I'm trying to mislead anyone. But something that I want to introduce every time we hit a new 1,000 subscriber count. So right now we're getting close to 7,000. So when we hit 7,000, I'll have some Steam games to give away. We'll do it like a raffle in the chat, and then we'll have a wheel that will turn around, and whatever game it lands on, I will DM you the code. That simple, and hopefully that'll be cool. And that's something I want to do every time we hit like 1,000 subscribers increment. So the next one will be at 7,000, which we're not far from, then 8, 9, 10, and so forth. What, you guys really want me to play Bluey? You crazy mofos. As if Kong wasn't bad, you want me to play through Bluey. I said I still do need to finish Kong. I'll do that someday. But I guess none of you want to listen to this dude's 30 FPS discussion somehow turning into Xbox bad. No? Okay. Is there anything else that's of interest here? Xbox chief Phil Spencer has hinted that PC game stores like Epic Games may appear on Xbox. Spencer hints at opening up the Xbox store. He said he would like it. Man, this guy, man, this guy. How, man, how? How did he hint? He literally said he would want it. How is that hinting? And people tell me that I'm too harsh when it comes to this guy. People tell me I am too harsh when it comes to this guy's journalism. Like, I don't get it. How am I... Phil Spencer said openly, right? He said openly, I want a world where Epic Games, Steam, Ubisoft Connect, and all of these PC launchers are on Xbox, so people don't feel restricted in where they play games. They can play all their games on my box. I don't want them to go to a PC. I don't want them to go to PlayStation. I don't want them to go to the Switch. I want them to come to my box, buy my console, and make sure they play it on my machine. I don't care what store they buy it from. I want them to buy it here. That's literally what the guy said. Chief Xbox chief Phil Spencer has hinted that PC game stores like Epic Games may appear on Xbox. I mean, how much more can the guy be, how much more open can the guy be? My dude said, I really want this to be a thing. I want it. I mean, come on, man. Come on. My dude literally said, I want this. This is the future I want to see. If there is a God up there, please make this happen. If there is a deity up there, please make this a reality. Literally what he said. He's hinted that he wants Epic Game Store and others on the Xbox. Fucking hell. PS5 Pro developer verdict. I didn't meet a single person that understood the point of it. I mean, yeah. What's this? Shortly after return from GDC Game Industry Biz, editor Christopher Ding appeared in a podcast in which he claimed that when speaking to developers, I'll be honest, I didn't meet a single person that understood the point of it. Of the PS5 Pro. So where's that podcast clip? Huh? According to reports from GDC in San Francisco last week, there were two main topics of conversation: rapidly decreasing hardware sales for the Xbox and bewilderment as to why Sony is pushing ahead with plans for the PS5 Pro. Shortly after returning from GDC, Game Industry.biz editor Christopher Dring appeared in a podcast in which he claimed that when speaking to developers, I'll be honest, I didn't meet a single person that understood the point of it. Developers didn't seem to feel they needed it, he said. They weren't really making the most of the PS5 in the first place, he added. So where's my fucking clip for that? Where is my goddamn clip for that? Like, come on, where is my damn clip? Where is this clip going around doing the rounds? Why is it that they've got all the goddamn clips for this part here, right? This bullshit here, which there is some truth to that in all honesty, because the hardware sales is pretty awful for Xbox. But where is my clip for this? Where's my clip for that? That's pretty much exactly what most gamers have said, but while Sony has not made any official announcement, the new console model has been rumored for over a year now. Considering how obsessed publishers have become with growth recently, Dring also added that a couple of companies said this isn't going to grow the market. This isn't going to move the needle. Of course it's not. People are just going to upgrade, not going to get new customers. This generation doesn't even seem to have got started, let alone needs a mid-gen upgrade, he concluded. Well, yeah, because COVID made sure it wasn't going to get started. Even with the PS4 Pro accounts far less than 15% of the PS5 user base, ensuring that the PS5 Pro will only ever be a niche product. The only real question about the PS5 Pro is whether it'll launch alongside new first-party games. It is going to launch alongside The Last of Us Part 1 Remake Remastered, The Last of Us Part 2 Remake Remastered, Returnal Remastered, Uncharted Legacy Edition Remake Remastered, Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart Remastered, Spider-Man 2 Remake Remastered. Foam Star Remaster. Wow, this was from Metro as well. Fucking hell. The only real question about the PS5 Pro is whether it's a launch side. But if that is the case, then unlike the console itself, it is being kept very secret. Yeah, they want to make sure people buy that Last of Us Part 2 remake because they need to quickly push out another remake remastered, chat. You wish I was joking? You know it's true. Oh, fucking hell. This is stupid. Alright, since some of you have wanted it, do I even have it here? Did I get rid of it? Okay, let's play it.
I am genuinely jealous of you. I would have loved to have been able to play Final Fantasy 16 at quality and just play the whole game at 30 and had not been bothered by it. I would have loved that. I would have loved to have been able to play Tears of the Kingdom. I would love to be able to just put quality mode on in Rise of the Ronin or play Dragon's Dogma at 30.
My dude, this dude has been capping for Suicide Squad and Rise of the Ronin like it's the best game of 2024. Tell us, we spoke about that. It's a little bit over exaggerated. It's a guideline, dude. They didn't say you have to adhere to it. It's a guideline that you can either follow or not follow. It's entirely up to you. That's the TLDR. They didn't say you have to do it. They didn't say it's a mandate. They didn't say you have to follow the guidelines. It's just a guideline of what they said. And they didn't say you have to have ugly girls in there or girls that look hideous. It's literally just a guideline that you can either follow or not follow, and you won't be penalized for it or discriminated against as a developer for it.
30 and just been like, I don't notice it. I'm jealous of you.
And why do you think that is, Sully? Why do you think that is? Lots of clicks when they lie. I mean, it can look as sus as you really want, but if it's a guideline, it means absolutely nothing. As far as their guidelines are concerned, their ESG rating stays high. If you don't follow their guidelines, then you don't have to follow, You can go and make the biggest breasted woman you have with the hourglass body, and that game will come out on Xbox. They will not reject it. If Stellar Blade was on Xbox, it would be coming out. They wouldn't turn around and say, nah, you can't release this shit until this girl is really ugly to the point where Shrek and Donkey combined look better. They wouldn't be doing that. But they said, look, we've got a guideline here. ESG rating, we'll take our money because we're compliant. Thank you very much. You guys do what the hell you like.
Genuinely jealous. It's like I can't do it. It literally looks bad. It looks blurry. It hurts my eyes. Like it, you know what I'm saying?
I wonder if they're going to change the Fable Girl.
The people that mock me for saying that, a lot of that's just insecurity.
Again, Steve, Steve and I agree with that. But yeah, let's see what the new Fable trailer is going to look like. I have a feeling that some things are going to change. Although the modding scene in Baldur's Gate 3 is doesn't leave much to the imagination.
Right, insecure men that only feel some sense of satisfaction by cutting others down, right? I don't get why you would make fun of somebody for being like, yeah.
No, I saw that. Let me quickly find that. That was good. That was good. Where was it? That was good. Hey, Talos, is this one for you? Stephen, you're not wrong. You are not wrong. Meanwhile, my Fable character. As long as they give her an hourglass body, we don't care. So Steve, you totally turn around and say no to waifus, but a female body with that look is okay for you? Now I see. Now I see. It all makes sense now, chat. It all makes sense. It all makes sense. Why they Fable like that? I mean, to be fair, I actually can't tell which one looks worse. You know there's a problem, right? When you can't tell which one actually looks worse. When you can't tell which one between these two actually look worse, at that point, you have to agree that there's a problem. Like, I genuinely couldn't tell you which one is worse. One looks like they were dropped at birth and then trampled on. And the other one, well, I'd rather take my chances with Freddy Krueger, Michael Myers, and Jason Voorhees stuck in a room with me trying to escape with the door locked. Colt is the one that done it. Posted it. It's not my fault. I hope they have a character for Fable. The real actress looked like a solid 5. What does the real actor look like? Fable actor. Is that her? I can see the resemblance. I can totally see the resemblance. I mean, I got the freckles, right? They didn't get the hair right. They got the forehead right. That's pretty much, you know, a landway for an airplane. Honestly, I don't think there's much difference between the actor and the actual video game. Like, I'm not seeing that much of a big difference. If her hair was the same here as it is here, it wouldn't be too bad. I think the hair is part of the problem. It's the hair. But this is like the worst shot of her in game, right? There's another scene in Fable where she actually doesn't look nowhere near as bad as this. So they've literally picked the worst snapshot of the actor that they could possibly find, right? Fable trailer. So that's the one that they picked. That doesn't look too bad. Do I think Xbox is in trouble? It really depends how they go about this year. This year will determine how they go about, but by all intents and purposes, it looks like they want their next Xbox to be the hub for all gaming. Can't really zoom in on the video. But it doesn't look too bad.
Not a euphemism. Let's face it, the age of heroes is over. This is the age of innovation. This, if you will, is the age of death. One moment. This is awkward.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's nowhere near as bad as that shot.
Yeah. Oh.
I mean, it definitely isn't Eve, right? We can all agree on that. She isn't Stellar Blade, but that's nightmare fuel right there. That right there is nightmare fuel. Anyway, let's go back to finishing this.
Yeah, dude, 30 looks blurry. I feel like my eyes are straining.
That was gameplay.
I've chosen to not play games that I was actively enjoying because it was not an enjoyable experience because of, like, I'm enjoying the game. Game's great, but the performance is just like, oh my gosh, this hurts. It's actually uncomfortable. I can feel my eyes, like, straining. $200 hours in Liza P at 30, but I'd never mock you. I 100% wish I could play games in quality mode. I 100% wish I could do it. Because the lighting and the textures and the resolution, it's prettier. And then I turn the camera and it's like, I'm like, no, I can't. Can't do it. Can't do it, brother. I'm jealous of the people that can.
If you actually play on TV, it's not so bad. But on monitor, when you play 30, like on my monitor, it's horrendous. It's horrendous. Like my TV, my monitor really doesn't like 30 FPS. But that's a monitor thing. Like if I play on my TV, it's perfectly fine. It's actually fully playable.
I'm jealous of you. I've never mocked people or made fun of people or insulted people who like 30 FPS. Now, people that defend 30 FPS, okay, I might get in the ring and throw a couple jabs, because what are you doing? Why are you defending that? I think the gaming community that has allowed for promises to be broken and performance and hardware marketing to just be completely, removed and not talked about, I find those people to be embarrassing. I think you're embarrassing. I think the fact that people completely overlook all the promises that we got from Xbox, or they try to broad stroke it and they're like, oh, no, yeah, PlayStation did the same thing. No, they didn't. I've gotten literally everything I was promised. I didn't get anything I was promised out of my Series X. It's not.
So the only thing that Microsoft broke their promise on with the Series X is Aaron saying this is the generation where 4K 60 FPS is going to be the norm. And clearly that is not the case. 4K 60 is not the norm. I don't know if PlayStation ever promised 4K 60, but Aaron Greenberg did. And I don't know why he did. That was just a really stupid thing that he said. And people are going to call him out for it forever. But is what him saying here stupid? Of course it is. They didn't promise 8K 120.
Not even the same ballpark. And then the people that came along and were like defending 30 FPS, those are the people that I might take some chin shots at. It's like, what the heck? Like, where's your sense of self-respect? You're just like, okay.
Yeah, but the Xbox has 8K as well on there.
He was being lied to? Jiminy Christmas. Like, go into a restaurant that's like, yeah, man, we're going to bring...
Nah, this guy's full of shit. Literally full of shit. Whoever sent me that clip, that was full of shit. That was full of shit. Remember when games before 2013 had no MTX, no SBI, no nonsense, exclusives? Yeah, I do ADM. You know, the no MTX, but games in 2013 used to cost a lot less. And even then, they didn't need to sell as much. The no LGBTQ stuff is probably not a good thing, because you're basically saying that these people were being discriminated against from a long time ago. The SBI is complete bullshit. They're racist pricks that shouldn't even, they should be locked away. So SBI is just, there's no excuse for those people. The way they're actioning themselves is absolutely disgusting. They took something that is actually a positive culture movement and weaponized it to gain power. They're horrible, horrible people that honestly should be prosecuted. They should be prosecuted for what they've done. But it's not great. Evening Chaos, how's it going? What's the live news this time? We've pretty much gone through most of it now, actually. We talked about the Xbox in terms of Epic Game Store on other PC launchers coming to the next Xbox, the handheld, gaming in general being a big hoorah, and being more difficult. Someone wanted to know where Chris Dring's account was. We looked up Fable. DirectSR was really good. I think that's a good tech. We reacted to Destin's video. Talked a bit about Final Fantasy 9 and 16. Looked at the collector's editions for Grounded and cried how delivery to the UK is pretty shit. And yeah, we had a moan at Reforged because he's being stupid again. Who hyped for your playthrough of the... So you want to support Sweet Baby Inc. Is that what you're saying, Steve? You're a supporter of Sweet Baby Inc. You want to give them money? You want to give their products more money? Is that what you're saying, Steve? Because I don't think people will agree with you. Nah, I don't do pirating. I'm either using everyone's hard-earned cash or nothing. And I don't think anyone wants it. That is my easiest way to get out of this shit, and I'm going to abuse it like there's no tomorrow. Don't play it, don't pirate it. We don't agree with Steve. There we go. But hey, Steve. We could talk about those modded Marcus Phoenixes. Chaos, is Diablo 4 going to be on Game Ultimate only? It's what I've heard, unless you heard different. No, it should be available to everyone. But if it has a persistent, always online mode, which I can't remember if it does, then you're going to need Game Pass Ultimate. I can't remember if Diablo 4 requires always online. If it doesn't, then you can play it offline and you can play it via just normal Game Pass. If it does, then you're going to need Game Pass Ultimate. People are pirating the Spider-Man 2 PC port. It's not even out yet. It does, Stephen? Then yeah, it's going to be Game Pass Ultimate. People still talking about more Xbox games going to PlayStation. That will never end, Talos. Ever. That's not going to end until Microsoft comes out and says no more games. Microsoft has to come out and say X game, Y game, Z game is not coming to any platform at all. And if they don't come out and say that, and then make sure 5 minutes later they don't jump into an interview and say never, as long as they don't say that, then as far as people are concerned, especially the PlayStation trolls and the media, it's fair game for everything. Sully, 100%. This is what I told Powerboss today. You know, this is something that Xbox did to themselves. Now, the 4 games going over, I will still stand by it till I turn blue in the face. That was part of the deal to the FTC. They needed to put something on there. They've met their legal obligation that they promised they would put games on there. And it had to be Bethesda games because FTC wanted Bethesda games. So that's fine. But he did not have to turn around and say never 5 minutes later in a fucking interview. So, you know, this is a mess of his own doing, and only he can stop the narrative. Sorry, I didn't mean to swear. It just irritates me how he decides that he's gonna end speculation by adding more speculation. And before anyone says, Microsoft doesn't respond to rumors and speculation, what was the business update? Responding to rumors and speculation. So they do respond to rumors and speculation. Look, as long as this notion continues, there's no reason for anyone to feel inclined to buy an Xbox, because Hellblade 2 will eventually go to PlayStation. That is the mindset. Phil has to come out and say, no, it's not going. This is exclusive only to the Xbox ecosystem and PC. If you want it, you buy an Xbox. Otherwise, it's not going anywhere. That's what they need to come out and say. And they need to stand by their guns. Starfield is only going to be on Xbox ecosystem and PC. It's never going to PlayStation. They just need to stand by and, you know, have conviction in their words. It's really simple. They just need to do it. And as long as they don't do that, every game will be speculated. Every single one. Blade, Starfield, everything. So at this point, I wouldn't even listen to it because Phil and his team won't come out and say anything. And, well, anytime soon anyway, so I wouldn't think anything. I mean, even the Summer Showcase, when they're going to show all those games, the first question is going to be, oh, look at all these games coming to my PS5. That's going to be the first thing people say. I guarantee it. Agreed, Talos. Agreed. Well, there is that, Cesano, but when everyone is on the case with it, it starts to get exhausting. You can't even have a normal discussion anymore without it being used as a weapon. And that's the point. Like, you try to have a normal conversation, and you just can't. Because it's all of this is used as a weapon, and it just derails stuff, and people get heated and argumentative, and then it just goes all over the place. It's a crying shame. But who knows? If Microsoft does create that perfect synergy hybrid console, where they've got Steam, Epic, Ubisoft, and Xbox, Game Store, all on one console, running PC games and console games and everything, well, they might just have the winning formula, because at that point, they have everything on one Xbox. PlayStation will just have PlayStation. And that could be the difference between Xbox being the best console platform ever, that gives you the most choices for most games, and the best place to play any of your games as a console on any platform. See, if they can manage to get the mental gymnastics around that, and actually get all of that onto their Xbox console, dude, no matter what game you buy, they're going to get 30% minimum. And if it's an Xbox game, they're going to get 70%. So no matter which way you're looking at it, their first-party studios that will be releasing their games on all these platforms and stuff and all these launchers, it won't matter, because you as an Xbox gamer are getting all your games on one thing. You're not restricted by anything. You've literally got the Infinity Gauntlet right there. So if they can manage to pull that off, and if that is the end game and the end goal for Microsoft, fucking A, Phil Spencer will have, he would have literally performed a miracle. If someone asked me about it, I'd probably slight the person talking trash by saying I'm working to make the best product possible while they're busy running their mouse at me. Yeah, but you still need to nip the speculation in the bud, right? I know they say all PR is good PR. It's not. Bad publicity sometimes can really hurt your brand. And they're not going to stop buying publishers. They're buying more. So, I think the future for Xbox is looking good. And 2024 is going to be a very, very good year for Microsoft. All they need to do is turn that round a little bit, build momentum, get those console sales pushing out a few more, get to maybe 35 million sales by the end of this year with some of the great games, push Game Pass in, because look, maybe in the US they've kind of saturated, but in Europe, they're non-existent. That's a market that they can go back to and start pushing. And Europe is big. So getting 10 million consoles sold in Europe shouldn't be that difficult. Or even if it's like 7 million consoles. That's going to take you from 27 to 34 million. That's a nice boost. And then word of mouth builds and you develop from there. And maybe they can do other stuff. Get GeForce Now working on Xbox. Giving you a really good cloud gaming platform. The best if they partnership with them. I'm just thinking out the box. But either way, whatever way you look at it, they need to get a hold on Europe and the UK. because that's a market that has zero growth for them and has max potential. And if they can go into that market and sway people to buy Xboxes, buy Game Pass, that's huge potential for growth. And so they could go from 27 million to 37 million in a couple of years. That's good business. I think they're pushing cloud gaming over there to, for the most part. Sully it was. And they just abandoned it hardcore. I'm not so sure, Stephen. With the way they're going, I'm not so sure. Because even with COD going to Xbox, right? Game Pass day and date. There's no, how do you convince someone to pay $500 for a console and then a subscription to play COD when they can just pay $70 and buy it? COD is big. COD is good. But the 10-year parity means that they're better off staying over at PlayStation on the console that they have and playing it there. That's not going to be a big shifter. Now, if you don't have either console, sure, that's a big enough reason, especially if you like COD, to go Xbox instead of PlayStation. But if you already have a PlayStation, it's a hard sell, even with COD. But I'll leave that with you to ponder until our next stream. That's a shame, anime. I do hope they get it sorted. Plus online, so when the new game dies out after the first 3 months, you'll have access to the rest of the franchise. Maybe they've already got it. If they buy COD every year, they've got the franchise. They've been having them for years, right? Do you think they prioritize trying to get Japan over Europe? Nah. Japan is going to take a while. I think we'll see the fruits of the labor for Japan by the next generation console. I think that's when we're going to see like proper next Japan support. For Europe, I think before the next generation comes out, there's a good possibility that they can win over Europe. But they need to push it and want it and really put the work in. On a PS5, you pay $70 for COD and $100 per year for Plus to play online. Or on Xbox, you pay £12 a month, but you still have to buy the console. Right? They're not going to want the Series S. They're going to want the X, and the X is £500. So it's that's the stickler point, not the cost of the game. I'm sure there is anime. I'm sure there is. But I'm guessing the exchange rate has something to do with it. You traded your PS5 for an Xbox. Best response yet. There are ways. But that's going to be the real challenge for Microsoft. Getting them to convert. And there's 2 games that can do it. COD is one of them. And GTA 6. COD and GTA 6 are the games that can possibly make it happen. But, it depends how Microsoft's going to go about it. If they're serious, they're going to do a massive drive. If they're not serious, you'll know because they'll just do absolutely nothing. And if they do absolutely nothing for COD, then you know that they really don't care. Because COD is going to be the real big push. Yeah, it's not advertised at all. Xbox All Access. People don't know what it is. It's like an easy sell. Also, will Microsoft ever improve their cloud services out of beta? They will. It's not priority right now. They've lost too much of the cloud, so it's just not priority. They've lost all ABK games to Ubisoft. They've got Ubiquitous. They've got other cloud services like GeForce Now. That's basically taking all Xbox games. So for the next 10 years, they're going to improve it. There is a big improvement coming soon to xCloud, but at the moment, they've lost so much control of the cloud that it's no longer a priority until they gain control back. And I can understand that. They're focusing on areas where they do have control. And that's all thanks to the CMA, right? The CMA done this. The CMA is the reason why Microsoft has stepped back from xCloud and deprioritized it a little. But, if you're unhappy with it, send a complaint to the CMA. If enough people do it, they'll have to respond. I think it's more like 50 quid or 40 quid, something like that. It's 32 quid a month. I wasn't far off. And, over that 5 years, if the next generation console comes out, you can send your old one in and get the new one. And continue your monthly subscription for the console. Kind of like a hire purchase. Man, people still playing Destiny. But folks, that's going to be it for me for today. Thanks so much for hanging out. We are going to be back tomorrow with some gaming. Like I said, hopefully we can finish 16. That would be cool. But yeah, hopefully some of you will be around tomorrow and we can have some fun. I am looking to do some community nights. So for those of you that are interested, drop by my Discord because we're going to be discussing what games we can play. It will probably be on the weekends where we have a set day, or maybe I might just change my Friday news days to a community night. I think that would work because if we're doing a news night on Tuesday and on Thursday, a community night might work on Friday if there's no news. So, or maybe we'll just do it on Saturday. We'll see. But for those of you that are interested, feel free to come over to my Discord and we can have that discussion. It's been on the cards for a long time now. And it is something I want to do because I want to, play some multiplayer games with you guys. Whether it's Halo, whether it's Among Us, whether it's, Animal Party. Just something that we can just get together, play for a couple of hours over a stream or, just have some fun. Or even if it's just through Discord chat, we can all just jump into Discord and have a bit of fun. I'm sure some of you will enjoy that. I'm glad you're playing Final Fantasy XIV Anime. That is a great game. I hope you've enjoyed the stream. We've covered a lot of stuff. Got some videos to edit. But that's it. Have a good one, folks. Have a good night. And I'll see you in the next one. As always, remain legend. And stay safe. Good night, folks. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I'm still here. And I'm not seeing that number going up. I need it to go up. I need it to go up. Anyway, that's it. I'm out. Peace. I'm totally gone now. Like, I'm really going. Like, I really am going. So you need to, hit that subscribe button. Like, I really, 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 really am going. Have a good night, folks.